Okay, Chief Officer. You can't respond from there. You must get, if you're the one who is responding, a seat in front here. Are you the one who is doing the responses on behalf of the governor?
Thank you, Chair. The management response and step taken. I will start with management response. The amount of 8,663,719 reported comprises two distinct balances that were erroneously combined and disclosed under trade and other payable in the financial statement. The balance consists of 2.1 million related to account payable and 6.5 million relating to employee benefit obligation, gratuity. The inclusion of the gratuity balance under trade and other payable resulted in an overstatement of the trade and other payable balance. It contributed to the observation that payables amounting to 8.6 million had remained outstanding for more than 3 years. Management has reviewed the record and confirmed that supporting ledger are available for the account payable balance. The ledger contained the requisite details, including payment voucher number, invoice number, local LPO, LSO number, and the respective chargeable account. The supporting ledger and schedule have been attached. Further, management has undertaken initiative to reduce the outstanding account payable balance. At the beginning of the year, the trade and other payable balance stood to be 31 million. Through settlement of outstanding obligation and enhanced payable management, the balance has been significantly reduced to 10 million to date, demonstrating management commitment to clearing long outstanding liability and strengthening financial management practices. Management will also ensure that future financial statements appropriately classify employee benefit obligation separately from trade and other payables to enhance the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of financial reporting. The supporting schedule for trade and other payable has been updated to include all previous missing information, payment voucher number, invoice number, LPO, LSO, reference, and respective chargeable account. Appendix 1, updated pending bill status report. Step taken by the management has reviewed the 8.6 million balance and established 2.1 relate to account payable, while 6.5 relate to employee benefit obligation, and was inadvertently classified under trade and other payable. The classification error will be corrected in future financial statement. Supporting ledger contain payment voucher number, invoice number, LPO number, and chargeable account have been provided for audit verification. Additionally, management has strengthened reconciliation procedure and documentation control to ensure completeness and accuracy of payable balance. Further, management has undertaken measures to reduce the outstanding liability, resulting in reduction of trade and other payable from 31.5 million at the beginning of financial year, which is 2024-2025, to 10 million to date. Management remains committed to clearing the remaining balances and enhancing financial controls to prevent recurrence of similar issue. Thank you.
Auditor, has the management answered to the query? And is there anything that is still outstanding?
Thank you, Chair. The first query was on Kenya shillings 21, 2,168,15. In relation to that, the management has only paid 50,000. as provided for in schedule number 4. They've only paid 50,000. Then in relation to gratuity payments of 6.5, the schedule has been provided. They provided a schedule. However, the schedule does not reflect the payment voucher numbers that were actually used to pay the 6.5. So we couldn't confirm the proof of payment for 6.5. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, you have only paid 50,000, but in your response, you are indicating that you have reduced the pending bills to 10.7 billion, 10.7 million.
10.7 million. I think Salma
Yes.
should clarify that.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
yes, we have paid, we have reduced to 10 million. Since this is amount pending for the last financial year, we are waiting for the auditors. Once they come for this financial year, we are going to present all the payment voucher in respect to the reduction of 31 million to 10 million.
Senator Sifuna.
Yeah, I was going to say this is one of the most comprehensive responses to this question. But Governor, just address a specific issue that has been raised by the Auditor General on provision of the vouchers. Yeah, because I can tell you for free, I sit here and listen to governors. This is one of the best responses to this question I've ever had. And if you just dealt with the question of the vouchers, why are you saying you'll give them later? Just give them today or tomorrow. You should have given them, and then we would close this issue.
Honorable
Governor.
Senator, I think this related to 24-25. What she's saying, in the current year, that's when the payments were made. And when they come for the audit, they will have all the information.
Chair, maybe the auditor needs to clarify what documents have not been provided.
Thank you, Chair. If you look at the query,
Yes.
the 2.1 and 6.5, which comes to 8.3,
Yes.
have been stated to have been outstanding for over 3 years. That is what the query is saying. So if you look at their response, what they provided, under 2.1, only 50,000 has been paid. Then under 6.5, no proof of payment has actually been provided. And the gist of the query is that you need to pay what is outstanding. The longest outstanding should be paid first.
That is FIFO.
Yes.
So,
Thank you, Chair.
and also, Governor, you should have provided the aging analysis of the pending bills. Because now there's a finding that the outstanding pending bills for over 3 years. Okay, there was no aging analysis of the pending bills. Or do you have it?
And secondly, Chair, it shows that, Governor, you are not prioritizing old debt. So it is possible that the 10 that is remaining is entirely debt over 3 years. Is that the case?
No.
Let
Out
me,
of 10 million, 2 million is outstanding for 3 years.
Okay.
Yes,
So when
the
that?
rest, 8 million, it is for this financial year.
Okay.
And we are intending to reduce up to,
But do you understand what the auditor is saying? That you have not shown us, other than the 50K that you paid for under the 2.1, you have not demonstrated where the rest of the money, whether it has been paid or not. That's the query.
out of 2.1 million,
Yes.
we have already paid 50,000, yes.
Only.
Yes, for the 6.5, those are payment in respect to gratuity for the financial year 2013 to 2017.
Yes, that is the problem.
Yes,
Have you paid?
which
How
are
much have you
still,
paid?
we have reduced to 5 million, but they are still outstanding.
So where is that proof of that 5 million, the payment? If you are saying you've reduced to 5 million, it means you've paid 1.5 million.
That's why I was saying this was outstanding for 2024, 2025. When they come for audit, they will review this, and we are going to issue all the payment vouchers, since they will be doing 2024, 2025, 26.
So, members, I want
But
to
they are
start here
real.
because
Was a payment made through the chair?
yes.
When did you pay? When did you pay?
Financial year.
Yes.
Or you paid this financial year?
Financial year.
Chair,
Yes, Senator Dulo.
I think it is really unfair for gratuity to stay for 3 years for somebody who has left the county. And you can afford to pay the governor 10 million for his insurance. You cannot pay small monies to small people. Is that really fair? Why would you punish members of staff who have already left you, if that is meant for that?
Chair, I think he will explain that.
Okay, let's give him the mic.
Sergeant at arms, give him mic.
Where is the sergeant?
Honorable Chair, with the blessing of my governor,
You introduce yourself, please.
my name is Felix. I'm the one who handles HR Directorate. In respect to the issue of gratuity, the county is committed to pay gratuity. But again, it is incumbent to the employees themselves to claim the gratuity.
Because you are making things worse. You know, it's a Friday.
And then number two,
Just stop there, please.
there is also an aspect of clearing with the county for you to be able to, for us to be able to-
The issue here is,
Yes.
Rectum, was the money remitted to the insurance, like CPF, a lap trust, lap fund, sorry.
between 2013 to 2017,
Yes, was that
we did
money
not have a CPF and LAP fund at the time. The money was being kept in a commercial bank account at Diamond Trust Bank, which the monies are still there.
So you are saying it is the employees who are not claiming.
Yes, because we've been following up.
Can you give us a proof to that effect? Because you cannot say that the employees are those who have already left. They are not claiming their money. Is it really possible? It
Chair,
doesn't work.
Chair, the easiest thing would have been, Felix, to come before us with a bank statement that shows there is some 8 million Kenya shillings balance in this bank account. We are just waiting for people to claim and we'll pay them.
Is it
Nothing would have
possible
been
to
more
show that?
difficult than that.
Is it possible to show that the amount of money is there, only that people have not claimed?
I think, Chair, through the Chief Officer, she has said that we have reduced the payments. It is not
No,
anymore
please. Point of order,
6.5.
Chair.
Yes, Senator
Point of order,
Spooner.
Chair.
We've
Governor, it's a straightforward issue. Can you demonstrate, is that account still there? Is the money still there? Do you have a schedule of the people who should be claiming this money before us this morning, or you can provide?
Honorable Senator, we can even call the bank. They can send us a statement we can give you now.
So
to
members,
show
I
the
think
funds
for the
are
sake
there.
of efficiency, let us provide that information in 7 days. Because
Okay,
they're saying if you call.
maybe for
The
the
chair.
schedule, it is available with you.
Yes,
And
and
in
then
the-
the bank statement showing that the,
Where's the
yes,
schedule?
It is an appendix 1.
appendix 1.
Yes, in the big document.
I think members, for the sake of efficiency, we've looked at this issue and we know where the problem is.
And then you need the bank statement.
The bank statement should be provided. Yes.
We have seen the schedule. Are these people alive? Lamu is such a
They are very rich.
close-knit society. The senator should be able to put a billboard somewhere and say, come and collect your money.
Yes, some of them are reluctant because they had county properties, and you have to clear so that we can release.
So they also owe you money.
Okay,
a very strange
members, for the sake of efficiency, I think we've understood where the problem is, or where the query is, and what is still outstanding. I want us to look at issue number 2.
Oh, so Chair, so that I understand this, you know, I
Yes,
tell you I
yes.
keep learning from these governors.
Yes.
The governor, you're telling us is that there are employees who may be claiming less than they would pay the county during clearance. Or what are you saying? Why are they afraid of claiming?
Honorable Senator, not really. You know, some people, just the fact to come and clear they make it such an issue. Somebody might be having a laptop which they have not returned, but some of them I also don't understand, because this money is there and we are willing to pay.
Auditor, issue number 2.
Thank you, Chair. Issue number 2 is undisclosed receivables from exchange transactions. And here the statement of financial position reflects a nil balance in respect of receivables from non-exchange transactions. However, Exchequer releases totaling Kenya shillings 675,122,501 was received after closure of the financial year, resulting to misstatement of receivables from non-exchange transactions balance. In the circumstances, the presentation and disclosure of receivables from non-exchange transactions could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Chair. Governor, sorry, Senator Kamau.
Chair, there is a clarification I wanted from the governor on Appendix 1 on those people that are claiming to be paid some money.
Okay, just
on number 126, sorry for taking you back, Chair.
It's okay.
126, number 126, there is county executive. So I'm not. How comes that it's the county government that is county executive that is claiming to be paid?
Governor, who is
county executive?
The county executive, who is claiming 309,677 shillings.
This is the interest accrued.
Okay.
Yeah.
Senator Kamau, that's okay.
So
beautiful. Okay, Auditor.
Thank you, Chair. Undisclosed receivables from non-exchange transactions. The statement of financial position reflects nil balance in respect of receivables from non-exchange transactions. However, Exchequer releases totaling Kenya shilling 675,122,501 was received after the closure of the financial year, resulting to misstatement of receivables from non-exchange transactions balance. In the circumstances, the presentation and disclosure of receivables from non-exchange transactions could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Governor.
Thank you, Chair. The Director Accounting Services, BAS, will respond to that.
Thank you, Governor. Honorable Chair, the management response. The county executive transfer from CRF amounting to Kenya shilling 675,122,501 received between 1st July to 15th July 2025 had been disclosed as receipt in the cash book, not recorded in the bank statement, which form part of cash and cash equivalent as at 30th June 2025, since the payment had been authorized and transferred to the county executive operational bank account by the controller of budget. We have attached the Appendix 1B, whereby we show the bank reconciliation as at 30th June 2025, where the unpresented payments and receipts showing. We also take the steps taken. Management review the treatment of the county executive's transfer from the county revenue fund amounting to Kenya shilling 675,122,501 received between 1st and 15th July 2025. The transfer had been authorized by the controller of budget and recorded in the cash book as a receipt not reflected in the bank statement as of 30th June 2025. So management has provided relevant supporting documentation and disclosure to support the recognition and presentation of the balance in the financial statements. Maybe just in addition, these are payments made after the closure financial year, but we have already received all the approval. It's only the process that has been delayed. So we are given a leeway to pay up to 15th July. So these are payments that are reflected and they are being appropriated in that financial year. Thank you.
Auditor, does that answer the query?
Thank you, Chair. The issue was What is actually said partially answers the query, because what he's saying is correct, that the 675 million was actually received after the financial year. However, if you look at the provisions of the Public Financial Management Act, a financial period is defined as between 1st July to 30th June. So under accrual, the 30th June should actually be the cutoff date. And what the auditor was saying, that amount should actually have been presented as receivables since it has actually been expensed, so that after the financial year, we should now see them paying creditors. That is what
But these are the
auditor was-
teething challenges of shifting from
Yes, so
cash
what-
basis to accrual.
Yes, so their treatment was purely still on cash basis.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
So I think because we're just beginning the transition and we are on a learning curve, I think we can keep that in view. Yeah, so that don't flog it further. Members? Okay. Number 3, that's about non-compliance. We can keep it in view. Then the next one, we want to look at unresolved prior year matters. Are there any issues in the prior year that were not resolved that you want us to look at?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Let me just check first. Governor, do you have the responses for the prior year matters?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. There was one on county attorney.
There's one on county attorney.
Let's see what was still outstanding. Utulie.
Chair, we had addressed this and presented to the Senate.
Auditor, is it addressed? He's saying that it is still outstanding. What was the issue on the county attorney?
On the county attorney, the issue was that the office of the county attorney is still vacant. No substantive recruitment has been done.
You
Thank
don't
you,
need
Chair.
to look for it, just Governor. Have you filled the office of the county attorney?
We shall fill it before end of July.
What are the challenges?
Budget.
Senator Sifuna.
Governor, you are looking for problems. So when you're saying you will fill it by the end of July, it means you have started the process. Is there an advertisement that we can see here? Is there an advertisement here? Where is the process? If you are saying by end of July, we are in the middle of June, have you put out an advertisement?
In order to promote those who have been serving the county government in the legal department, I was thinking of doing an internal advertisement.
Even that requires an advertisement,
Yes.
doesn't it? So has the process started or not, Governor? Because you can't give a definite period if you have not even started.
We had a discussion and we looked at the law. There was case law also of Kisii, and that's when we thought we should do it internally to promote people who have been.
So now you have
with the
budget.
county. Yes.
You have budgeted for it.
To the Senate, we have received an extra 80 million, and that's where I believe we'll have the funds for that.
So that query will not go away.
Right.
Just do what is supposed to be done. Is there any other auditor?
Thank you, Chair. There was another one on irregular procurement of fuel, oil, and lubricants.
Is it the one that
on
is in the
page
current?
6, on page 6 of the
Okay.
responses prior year.
So I think.
And the matter
yes.
was under EACC investigations.
Or it's
Thank you,
under
Chair.
ESC investigation. So for us, if we were to look at it, we would still recommend investigation. So maybe we just wait for ESC to complete its work. Members. The next one would be budgetary control and performance. That's accounting, auditor.
That's a funding issue.
So we'll keep it in view. The next one. The next one would be the report on lawfulness and effectiveness in the use of public resources. We can look at number 2, paragraph 2, failure to adhere to threshold for persons with disabilities. Go through that one.
Thank you, Chair. Failure to adhere to thresholds of persons with disability. Review of the human resource records revealed that the county executive had 100,461 staff. The number included 24 members of staff from the special interest groups, which represents 1.6% of the total members of staff instead of the required 5%. Further, the county executive recruited 130 employees during the year. However, no persons living with disability were recruited. This was contrary to Section 3B, subsection 2 of the Human Resource Policies and Procedures Manual for the Public Service, approved May 2016, on the rights and privileges of persons with disabilities on all appointments, which sets the threshold principle of 5% of positions to be filled by persons with disability. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law. Thank you, Chair.
Governor.
Thank you, Chair. Director HR Felix will address that.
Director.
With the blessing of my governor, Chair, the county executive is committed to complying with the job recruitment provisions for persons with disabilities. As a result, we had successfully onboarded 24 employees, which represents 1.6% of the total workforce, according as per the OIG observations. This marks an increase from 18 employees in the previous financial year, 23-24. The county recruited 130 employees during the financial year 2024-2025, and of the potential candidates who applied, the Lamu County Public Service employed 2 employees, persons with disabilities, as indicated below. These are names of 2 employees indicated out of the 130. Further, Section B5 of the Human Resource Policies and Procedures Manual of Lamu County Public Service states that recruitment will be undertaken based on fair competition and merit, representation of Kenya's diverse communities, adequate and equal opportunities to all genders, youth and members of ethnic groups, persons with disabilities, and minorities. Additionally, Section B2, 23(1) and 2 of the same manual states that persons with disabilities shall be accorded equal employment opportunities, provided they have the necessary qualifications and are suitable for such employment. The county government shall implement the principle that at least 5% of all appointments shall be persons with disabilities. On the steps taken to address the issue, as of May 2026, engagements with our county staff revealed that a number of employees with disabilities had not submitted their national persons with disability identification cards. Consequently, on submission and proper mapping within our payroll systems, the number increased from 24 to 38, that raising the percentage to 2.3% of the total workforce, which is currently at 1,608. So it is our commitment as a county to ensure that we meet the legal threshold. However, it should be noted that only a few candidates among the PWD meet the required academic qualifications and other criteria for employment. Those who qualify are always given the opportunity, and we will continue to adhere to the constitutional principles in our recruitment, and hopefully we will attain the threshold. Thank you.
Before I go to the auditor, you're saying that it is our commitment as a county to ensure we meet the legal threshold. However, it should be noted that only a few candidates among the PWD meet the required academic qualifications and other criteria for employment. Is that a fact?
It is a fact.
How do you establish this?
Ideally, the section that the auditors picked was on section 2 that requires 5% of the total workforce. But section 1 communicates about the requirements of that particular job, meaning that the PWD threshold or principle, you will only consider it after the candidate has already attained or has proven to be qualified for that particular position. And so what we are trying to say is that all the people that...
You're saying the ones who apply,
yes,
don't qualify?
Yes.
Okay. Not that they are not there?
Yes.
And you cannot say emphatically that there are no people with academic qualifications in Kenya who qualify for the criterion of employment, unless you say the ones who apply are not qualified in qualifications. Yes?
Yeah, that is the correct position.
Yes, that's a better position.
Yes.
Auditor? Yes, Senator.
Chairman, sorry, Chair. I wanted you to explain to us whether this John Jogu Ndungu is still working in the county government.
Where did you get that from?
In the response.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
In respect to employee John Jogu, we were responding on the 130. That is number one. Number two, John Jogu, around last year, he left the country for the national government. So we had to respond out of the 130 whether there were any considerations on employment, and he was amongst the 130 that had been employed by the time.
Auditor, what is still outstanding in that query?
Chairman, before the director comes
Yes,
here,
yes.
you see the auditor relies on records that is given by the entity. So if the employees have not submitted documents to indicate that they have these certificates from, that indicate that they are really disabled, there is no way that the auditor will be able to determine that information. Okay? So request the entity really to update the personal files with that kind of information for the auditor to be able to make that determination.
Auditor?
Thank you, Chair. Based on what my colleague said, I think management should also provide us with maybe a sensitization, let's say a memo or notice given to employees within the workforce who are persons with disability to actually go for registration and bring the certificates so that we can evaluate the answer. However, this matter is a cross-cutting matter, so I think we can't finalize it here and we can keep it in view. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Dulu?
No, Chair, I just wanted to find out from auditors, how did you pick that? Because when they are doing advertisements, they should be able to pick those who... Is it determined by them being registered with the Disability Council, or the certificate they are holding, or the physical appearance of the PWDs? Because you cannot just pick that.
Thank you, Chair. I think during advertisement, it should be among the policy that at least if they're recruiting 130, they should reserve a certain number for persons with disability, so that as they process the applications, then they're mapped out. I think that would be the best. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, there's a line in your response. That is the first paragraph, steps taken to address the issue. You indicate that consequently, on submission and proper mapping within our payroll systems, the number increased from 24 to 38. So the percentage came to 2.3. That's what you're saying. These extra people living with disabilities, do they have cards?
When we identified them, it is a requirement that they have a card, and we have encouraged them to come and apply for the disability.
And that is my point. If they don't have the cards,
we don't consider them as PW.
Do they enjoy the benefits like non-payment of taxes?
No, they don't. It's not allowed.
If they don't have the cards.
They have to have the card.
That's interesting. Very interesting. So what have you done about it? Because if they are paying payee like any other person, then they are disadvantaged. What have you done? Maybe some are just ignorant.
And that's why when we identified, we have helped them to make those applications.
Have you helped them make the applications, or it was just for the sake of the query?
HR.
With the blessing of my governor, we've really supported the people living with disabilities, at least to be able to get the tax exemption from KRA. And once we did this sensitization for us to realize them and to inform them that officially the only way we can be able to recognize them within our payroll system, because auditors audit our system, not merely the physical files. So that is where now the numbers have risen, and the number that we are speaking about, 38, are the ones, the cards, and the ones we've also supported in getting the tax exemption and other benefits that are due for them.
We can keep that in view. The next paragraph would be underpayment of salaries.
Thank you, Chair. A review of the payroll records and payment of salaries for the year revealed that the gross salaries of the executive committee members was paid at rates applicable for the financial year 2003-2004, as opposed to rates applicable for the financial year 2004-2005. This was contrary to provisions of the Kenya Gazette volume CXXV number 177, dated 9th August 2023, on remuneration and benefits for state officers in the executive of the county government, provides the gross monthly remuneration structure to be implemented for the financial year 2024-2025 with effect from 1st July 2024. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, before the governor responds, we have been joined by Senator for Nandi. Please come on record.
Through the chair, Cherargei produces my name, Senator of the Republic of Kenya, representing the great people of Nandi. Chair, I was late because I was preparing for Nairobi. I was just doing press in my office. Thank you, Chair.
Governor. Governor, please respond.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask again the Human Resource Director to respond to that.
Okay, Director.
Chair, with the blessing of my governor, the county executive acknowledges the observation regarding the payment of gross salaries of the county executive committee members and the county governor at the rates applicable to the 2023-2024 financial year, rather than the revised rates stipulated for the 2024-2025 financial year as by the Gazette Notice Volume CXXV number 177, dated 9 August 2023. However, it is important to clarify that the revised remuneration structure for the financial year 2024-2025, although gazetted, was not operationalized across the 47 county governments. The implementation of such salary adjustment is centrally coordinated by the State Department for Public Service, specifically through the Directorate of Personnel Service Management, DPSM, which updates the Human Resource Information System, Kenya, to reflect the changes. As of the date of the audit review, the HRSKE had not been updated to incorporate the revised salary rates for the state officers in the county executive, and no formal communication or system enablement had been issued to counties to effect the changes. Consequently, payroll processing continued at the prevailing rates for 2023-2024 in line with the system configurations and national guidance. Furthermore, it is worth noting that another circular from the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, that is reference number SRC TS 29 volume 2 29 dated 12 September 2024, affecting remuneration for other categories of county government employees for the same financial year also remained unimplemented due to similar system and procedural delays. Management is committed to ensuring full compliance with applicable remunerations frameworks from the Salaries Remuneration Commission and will promptly implement the revised rates on the HRSKE as updated and formal instructions are revised from the relevant authorities. We have provided steps taken that Kenya Gazette notice volume CXSV number 177 dated 9 August 2023 for the county state officers was implemented in the month of February 2026 alongside the SRC circular reference number SRC TS 29 volume 2 29 dated 12 September 2024 for other county employees for the same financial year across the 47 counties including Lamu County. Therefore, we affirm that we have paid and are now in compliance with the current rates. Management is committed in ensuring full compliance with the applicable remuneration frameworks from the Salaries Remuneration Commission and will promptly implement the revised rates as communicated from time to time. Thank you.
Auditor, how does that answer your query?
Thank you, Chair. It was an issue of compliance with the law. So since they were operationalized, they've actually complied with the law. So I think what we'll look at in this coming financial year will be on the impact, because you'll note that on compliance with the law, their compensation of employees was 53% of their total revenue. So if they implement that, that means that threshold will go up. And in their response, they've not given us what is the financial implication of the increase. Thank you, Chair.
No, but you're not querying the financial implication.
We weren't querying the financial implication. We were querying compliance with the law. So now
compliance with the law, and they're saying that gas was not operationalized.
Yes.
By
then.
HRIS KE. Is that finding correct? Because then there was breach of law to mitigate. Is that an issue that you got in other counties?
Okay, I wouldn't know unless I inquire from my counterparts from other counties and see whether it was a cross-cutting issue. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, what I didn't get that.
I'm saying I can inquire from my other counterparts from other counties and see whether this was also cross-cutting in their counties. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Governor, we have complied now.
Yes, we are.
But then those during the time of the audit in the particular year. So I think when we're writing our report, we'll see how to treat that matter.
I think
because yes,
we have a response on the wage bill. We do not agree with the percentage.
Because it's substantive, we can deal with it at that level.
Right.
Okay.
Maybe, Chair.
Yes, Senator.
Chair, I thought, Governor, you should have provided this information, or you got it from SRC through the chair. Why was there delay in terms of providing this information? Because it should not have escalated to the audit query. Because if we are doing entry, exit, management meeting, management letter, these things should have been resolved. What happened? Number one. Number two, why was you have indicated steps taken through the chair. You have not indicated that you have either taken any administrative action for any officer that did not sufficiently provide. And then finally, Chair, I've seen in your response, you are telling us HRS, the new one, had not been updated to incorporate revised salary rates. But if you look at the previous financial year, and I want to thank the OAG through the chair, the unresolved prior year audit matters, it had captured that you are doing payment outside the previous use of IPPD. What was the case? Thank you, Chair, for those three.
Governor.
I think the issue of IPPD, that has now been resolved. It was true that we were paying casuals outside the payroll, but that has now been addressed.
Governor, through the chair, I've asked a simple question. So, you are a lawyer. What is through the chair? What is it has been resolved, but there was a breach of law, and you know ignorance of the law is not an excuse, through the chair. So how did you rectify? That's what I'm asking, because chair, it has been raised twice, just twice. Senator Dullo should be patient. It has been raised twice. So that's my only concern in the previous financial year and this year. So
the Senator Cherargei, the system was not updated.
No, that is what I'm saying. HRS was paid outside. Even in IPPD, it has been captured in unsolved prior year matters at Appendix 1, the same issue. So even if it has been rectified, there was a breach of law. So I expected the governor to say the steps taken. He has not indicated what he has taken, including
in terms of administrative action.
Yes.
Governor?
The steps taken, we have rectified. What is important is that there was a mistake. It has been corrected.
Chair, can you assist the governor? I don't want to come back again. He says steps taken has been rectified, but there is a breach of the law.
Cherargei is saying there was a breach of law. So that person who breached the law, then some administrative action should be taken to mitigate, either warning letter, training, or whatever. That's what he's saying. Otherwise, but for efficiency, because Nairobi is just coming in, we've seen documents coming in already. I want us to, because there are remedial measures that have been taken, the rest we can do as we can keep it in view through the auditor. I want us to look at 5. That is avoidable expenditure on accrued interest. Auditor.
Thank you, Chair. A review of records established that an amount of Kenya shillings 5,749,700 was paid to a private legal practitioner as legal fees. The court had ruled that the county executive pays the plaintiff an amount of Kenya shillings 3,938,604 less pay by 1st October 2021. However, management paid a total of Kenya shillings 5,749,700 as legal fees, resulting to overpayment occasioned by accrued interest totaling Kenya shillings 1,811,096 as a result of failure to settle the payment in time. This was contrary to Section 162, subsection 2, subsection B of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which states that every public officer employed in or by the county government shall ensure that resources within their officer's area of responsibility are used in a way that is lawful and authorized and effective, efficient, economical, and transparent. Further review of records revealed that an expenditure totaling Kenya shillings 7,169,709 was made to a widow of a former member of staff under work injury benefit who died in line of duty in June 2014. The total amount payable was Kenya shillings 15,848,544, determined by the Directorate of Occupational Health and Safety Services, Ministry of Labour. However, the failure to maintain an insurance policy with an insurer was not explained. This was contrary to Section 7, subsection 1 of the Work Injury Benefit Act 2017, which provides that every employer shall obtain and maintain an insurance policy with an insurer approved by the minister in respect of any liability that the employer may incur under this act to any of his employees. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law. Thank you, Chair.
Governor.
Thank you, Chair. our Director Legal will respond to that. But I must also point out that even if the staff we lost during June 14.
We can start with the response.
Yeah.
The way it is done, then we can add that later on.
Maybe.
Let's hear the response first. You said your name is?
My name is Kulthum Harith.
Okay. Director Legal. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
The delayed payment of Kenya shilling 5,749,700 to the claimant advocate being the decretal amount awarded in Raphael Munya Ndungu versus the County Government of Lamu 2018 and Raphael Munya Ndungu versus the County Government of Lamu 2021 arose from the non-settlement of the decree by the previous administration and failure to provide a handing over report on cases outsourced and status, leading to accrual of interest. Upon establishing the existence and status of the judgment, the current county executive took steps to address the outstanding liability and mitigate further financial exposure to the county government. Consequently, provisions were made and payment effecting during the financial year 2023-2024 and financial year 2024-2025 to settle the decretal amount in full. The settlement of the decretal amount demonstrates the county government commitment to complying with court orders, reducing contingent liability, and promoting prudent financial management and development programs. Work injury benefit compensation without insurance cover. The county executive acknowledged the payment of Kenya shilling 7,169,709 to the estate of the late Mr. Ayub Kinyuma Mbogo in compliance with the directive issued by the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services via its letter reference number WIBA CGL 1432 dated 6 February 2020. The late Mr. Ayub Kinyuma Mbogo lost his life during the Mpeketoni terror attack in 2014 at a time when devolution had recently been operationalized and the county governments were still in their formative stages. Consequently, the county government had not yet procured a work injury benefit insurance cover for its employee. In recognition of the deceased entitlement to compensation under the Work Injury Benefit Act, Cap 236 of the laws of Kenya, and in order to avoid protracted litigation and the attendant legal cost, as well as to evaluate the hardship faced by the deceased dependents who relied on him for their livelihood, maintenance and education, the county government paid the amount assessed and directed by the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection through the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services. Consequently, the county government procured a comprehensive insurance cover through the National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF, now transitioned to the Social Health Insurance, SHA. In addition, the county government is engaging the Social Health Authority and other relevant stakeholders to ensure that all employees are appropriately insured and that the county remains compliant with the provision of Section 7 of the Work Injury Benefit Act, Cap 236. Step taken. Adequate budgetary provisions have been made for settlement of court awards and legal obligations. Outstanding court degrees and verified claims have been prioritized for payment. Coordination between the legal and financial department has been strengthened to ensure timely processing of claims. A register of pending legal obligation has been established for continuous monitoring and prompt settlement. Regular review of legal liability is undertaken to prevent delay and avoid the accrual of interest.
Lamu is doing quite well in terms of giving quite comprehensive answers. Auditor, what is still outstanding?
Thank you, Chair. The only thing that is still outstanding is in their response, they've indicated that they're in negotiation with correspondence with SHA to explore whether they can actually have an insurance covering employees on work injury. So I think that is what is work in progress. So we didn't get any correspondence from them. So I think as we go into the in-year audits, we'll actually inquire and see whether there is active engagement. Thank you, Chair.
But on the issue of paying interest on the decretal sum, there's nothing much you can do about it.
There's nothing much you can do because the first one was based on a court order, And the second one was also based on a government department directive. Thank you, Chair.
But then the steps taken, can they suffice to mitigate?
What now they've not told us is
it's okay. Senator Andy.
Governor, I've noticed, I've read this report. I've noticed there is a lot of breach of law. You know, I'll not forgive you because you are a lawyer. And I want to repeat that if there is no excuse of the law, you don't have, and your legal person is just there. But Chair, since we adopted this report as is, I want to take the trajectory that you have taken, all steps taken. I wish for efficiency, they would have, and for example, let me just speak to, in the interest of time, a register of pending legal obligations should have even been provided so that we are aware how much, and look at the contingency liabilities that have been allocated. Number one, these outstanding good degrees and verified claims should have been attached. I don't know what you mean by coordination between legal and finance has been strengthened to ensure timely processing of claims. You have not touched anything. The regular review of legal liabilities undertaken to prevent. So looking, Chair, at even budgetary provisions, even if, because in the budget, and I can see the gentleman who is always with you is aware that it should have provided even the contingent liability, and he is a survivor. He must be a very good survivor. So, Chair, the budgetary on the issue of claims, Chair, and then the budgetary provision through contingent liability, and then finally, Chair, on these degrees that the courts have issued. If the governor would have attached, then we cannot just take the word for it.
Okay, Governor.
But the chair is to make a ruling. Are you seeing the chairman's?
He's requesting. Say, I request, Governor.
I request.
So let's have that information in the next 7 days. We are really pressed for time, but I want us to look at one more, just one more. That is the bullet on the paragraph on irregular procurement of fuel, oil, and lubricant. Auditor.
Thank you, Chair. Irregular procurement of fuel, oil, and lubricants. The statement of financial performance reflects expenditure on use of goods and services totaling Kenya shillings 474,512,195 as disclosed in Note 10 to the financial statements. Shillings 67,560,295 in respect to fuel, oil, and lubricants. Review of the procurement documents revealed that the county executive procured oil and lubricants through request for quotation. This was contrary to the provision of Regulation 91 of the Public Procurement and Asset to the procurement threshold in the second schedule, which provides that for goods, works, and services, the maximum level of expenditure under this method is Kenya shillings 3 million per request for quotation. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law. Thank you, Chair.
Governor.
Thank you, Chair. Our Director Supply Chain, Salim, will address that.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Salim Ahmed, Director Supply Chain. Management has noted the auditor's observation regarding the procurement of fuel, oil, and lubricant through the request for quotation method and appreciate the concern raised on compliance and Regulation 91 of the Public Procurement and Asset Regulation 2020 and the expenditure threshold for RFQ contained in the second schedule. After reviewing the matter, management wishes to provide the following clarifications. Departments in the county government are independent procuring entity as defined under the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. Section 2 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act defines public entity to include any organ or department of county government. In line of this definition, each county department was treated as distinct procuring entity with its own designated accounting officer as provided for under Section 44 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. Accordingly, each department initiated and managed its own procurement process based on its approved procurement plan and budget. Each fuel purchase was conducted within the RFQ threshold. The procurement of fuel, oil, and lubricant by department was undertaken individually, and each request fell within the allowable RFQ threshold of 3 million per procurement in accordance with Section 105 of PPD Act 2015, Regulation 91 of the PPD Regulation 2020, and second schedule of threshold matrix. No single requisition exceeded the prescribed limit, and therefore the procurement method applied was compliant at the departmental level. Decentralized procurement was based on operational structure. Department initiate fuel procurement due to their operational needs, such as field operation, transport logistics, and machinery support. Each department also maintain its own vote book of account and spending authority, making it necessary to conduct procurement at the departmental level rather than centrally. The decentralized approach was therefore consistent with the departmental mandate, budgetary allocation, and the operational need to ensure continuity service delivery. Aggregation was not practically possible, although the overall county expenditure appears consolidated at the financial statement level. This does not reflect the transnational reality, which involves multiple independent micro-procurement undertaken at different times by different departments and for the different operational purposes. As a result, aggregation into one bulk procurement for the financial year was not feasible, nor it is required where departments act as a separate procuring entity under the Act, Section 2. Improvement measures going forward. To enhance compliance and avoid misinterpretation in future audits, management in implementation of the following actions. Central consolidation of fuel framework contracts to supplement departmental RFQ where appropriate. In conclusion, management therefore maintained that the procurement of fuel, oil, and lubricant was conducted in compliance with the Public Procurement Act 2015 and Regulation 2020. Each county department qualified as a public entity under Section 2 of the Act. Each department had its own accounting officer and initiated procurement independently. All purchases were within the 3 million RFQ threshold as provided by under Section Regulation 91 and second schedule. Steps taken. The county government undertook an open
leave that, eh?
Yes.
Because it's quite long. Auditor, that explanation, how does it sit with you? That each department was doing procurement separately?
Thank you, Chair.
Less than 3 million, but when you aggregate, then it becomes very big.
So now what we would have loved to see was just to see the list of LPOs that were issued in respect of each department with amounts indicating that the threshold of 3 million was actually met by all. And if you aggregate them, then you arrive at the total figure. That would have made a lot of sense. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I have a problem with your indulgence. OAG, so when you saw this advert for the procurement of fuel, oil, and lubricants, it was one consolidated tender as per your observation, because in your certificate you have raised that when it is below 3 million, you can request through quotation, but when it is above, of course, you table. So when you were auditing, this was a consolidated tender?
No, it was not a consolidated tender.
Then why were you arguing that they procured beyond the threshold of request for quotation through the chair of 3 million?
Thank you, Chair. The audit observation was that if you look at the total fuel consumption, which is 67 million,
correct?
That amount is huge. And if you are to do an open tender, then it is more efficient to manage because it can be controlled from a central point in terms of management and accountability. Thank you, Chair.
So finally, Chair, I've seen the governor has indicated, given detail, but you have said steps taken is now for open tender process for the supply. Governor, what was the reasoning of segregating these tenders and ensuring, you know, we saw yesterday in Wajir that there was 1.9, 1.9. So why were you segregating to 3 million through your person? Why were you segregating? What is the justification? Because 67 million segregating into 3 million each, it will appear as Kambas and Malamsa. Or does it mean the access to fuel and lubricants in Lamu is a big problem?
Yes, Governor.
Chair, I think this was for efficiency in operations. You have, we have like the Department of Health. We have level 4 hospitals. King Fahd, Pfizer Hospital, and Peketoni Hospital, each having their peculiar requirement for fuel. So for efficiency, we allowed the departments to procure.
Chair, just Governor, sorry for taking you, but I know we are rushing against time. If today you give this opportunity to, for example, Shell or Rubis or Starbucks or whichever, or Starbucks or Rubis or Shell or Total, I thought when you give tender, if there is a Shell that is next to King Fahd, they get their service there. Or you don't have maybe the senator, or you don't have a petrol station, for example, that is prominent within Lamu County, or a company that is prominent.
Not really. The geography is maybe a challenge.
Yeah. Yes, Treasury. Yes, please help us.
Yes. Chair, maybe if I may understand the transaction, is that the county entities were procuring fuel, but the problem is they were not marked, such that now the aggregated figure is reflected in the executive. I think that is my understanding. Such that now the individual entities were procuring on their own, but it is reflected in the larger county.
That is how I've understood it also.
That is how I understand it. Because as the audit is saying is that they just saw the aggregated figure, which now they could not establish the source of that figure. That's why the audit is requesting for the individual quotations from if really it was done in the county entities. Now the individual entity, the respective quotations can clarify the whole amount of the 50+ million. I think that is my understanding.
No, the auditor made that finding, and the executive was supposed to explain. I don't know if you explained that during the time of audit. And if you did, then there must have been something that compelled the auditor still to escalate the issue up to this point. Auditor.
In addition to what you are saying, I thought also if Governor is referring to some hospitals, I thought under the F5 Act they are supposed to generate their own financial statements. Then why was it appearing on consolidated executive financial statements? So the auditor maybe through the chair, through the chair, auditor, maybe you can give us the wisdom, because I thought if, for example, King Fahd Hospital has its own financial statement, then it should reflect at King Fahd without a consolidated. Maybe.
And they should have their own procurement.
Governor, we are assisting you.
Yeah, no, Chair, yes. I just want to clarify. Even with FIF, it's not enough. So the county executive supports the entities. We don't collect enough.
No, that's not the point.
Yeah.
That is not the point. The point is procurement at the entity level. They are allowed to have procurement officers.
Yes, they do that.
And so if they are purchasing oil and lubricants less than 3 million, then they are allowed to do procurement at that level. But then that global figure, when it comes to the financial statements, it comes to 60 million. And that's what the auditor is querying. So, I don't know. I think I've understood it. But then steps taken to mitigate, they are saying that now they have an open tender process, which then would do the tendering for all the entities, I believe. So much so that if a particular hospital requires oil and lubricants, then they would request to be supplied. by the by.
But the F5 is, you know, if the hospitals are allowed now under F5, as you have chair, to procure on their own.
Yes.
So when they appear before peak, and I know they have appeared, those appearances will come through the financial statements of that specific
and they should be allowed
facility.
to procure competitively.
Correct. They competitively and as per the procurement laws.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, you know, this procurement for oil and lubricants has been a major challenge for a lot of counties. And I don't know why. Because I've also heard my colleague here alluding to a situation where perhaps if you procure with Shell, then is there a Shell that is near a facility that is consuming the oil? I would want to understand how this central procurement would work. Because first of all, Chair, you realize that if it is a petrol station branded Shell, it does not mean that it is owned by a Shell headquarters. It's a franchise. So it's a business entity on its own, where it is. So you cannot procure centrally for Shell and then you assume that any Shell petrol station anywhere will be able to supply the entities that want to consume the oil and lubricants. So this centralized procurement for oil and lubricants, I want to understand how that will work. Perhaps for Lamu it could, because they're small county towns of landmass. But for places like where we come from, I don't know how that would work.
And then also maybe unless we are doing for departments, you know, Department of Education would require fuel, Department of Health, Department of Lands, and each department then has a procuring entity procure on their own. Maybe let's get your wisdom for the open tender.
And Chair, for your information, the whole of Lamu East constituency does not have a single petrol station.
Even one.
Even one.
Through the chair, I also want to add that.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
I thought you were.
I also want to add that in Lamu County, there are areas that we need to operate. Which
Order, members, order.
In Lamu County, there are areas which we need to operate, which are in the islands. And one of the requirements for a supplier to supply fuel for Lamu, he must have a petrol station at sea. Therefore, that's also another challenge. And the basic reason as to why we procure through departments is because of that kind of uniqueness of Lamu geography. But we have had the observation of the auditor, and we are acting on it. We are procuring all the fuel. In fact, this financial year, we procured through an open tender.
So how will it work? You have many hospitals.
There are challenges.
You also have departments within the executive.
Yeah, there are challenges, but because we are guided by the law and they're insisting on it, but I just wanted some clarification and insight. Was it a breach of law to procure through a department which is mandated by law that this department can procure, and the threshold is allowable for that department to procure? And all procedures, in fact, the auditor can attest to it, all procedures for procuring through threshold, 3 million were followed.
Okay, auditor, let me just hear your thinking again, then we close this issue. It's a bit interesting.
Thank you, Chair. I think what the observation was actually saying is that if you look at the total expenditure, which was 67 million, so if you break it down into 3 million, then it's like splitting the tender. You're avoiding competition. So that was the gist of the query. Yes, thank you, Chair.
We'll look at it. Okay, Governor, you want to say something? You can open up some other things.
The 3 million is threshold. Doesn't mean that everyone is 3 million.
Yeah,
it's
I
2
understand.
million, it's 1 million.
I understand.
Meaning we did not exceed the threshold.
I think for us, because he looked at the global figure to make that observation, for us also we'll sit and write our report according to what will be advised by our people and also how we look at it. Members, because of time, we had said we'll end it at midday, actually some minutes to midday, so that we can start on Nairobi. I have marked the issues that we've looked at. There are issues that we've not looked at that require our attention. So, Governor, we should be able to call you back here, especially for the delayed projects and other issues on, mainly it is just delayed projects. We want to know how far the projects like the county headquarters, construction of governor's residence, further sub-county headquarters, all those we've not looked at. And also we have the issue of ROR, which we've not looked at. So I know we'd have opportunity to invite you again, but our time is up. We need to adjourn for some few minutes, members. I'll give you opportunity to talk. Yeah, we'll have to adjourn for some few minutes, but before we do that, let me have can you donate our time to Senator Lamu to give some remarks? There would really not be closing remarks because we've not finished with this report. So, Governor, please just have your closing remarks, then we would see how to end it.
Chair, first, thank you very much on the delayed projects. Thanks to the Senate. What was missing was funding from the national government. And I appeared before other committees of the Senate to push for this county headquarters funding. And as of yesterday, we have received the first tranche of 120 million. So I just want to express our appreciation to the Senate for pushing, because this money was always budgeted, but it was never paid over to us, the 5 counties. So
is that the whole amount that is required to complete?
No. I said it's the first tranche. There's still some.
Okay, out of money. How much?
But it, at least we'll be able, like in my county headquarters, a building is there. I can at least complete 1 floor and make it useful for occupation. So I really appreciate and I thank all of you for according us this opportunity.
Senator Lamu.
Thank you very much, Chair. There is an issue that I wanted us to address on the issue of unfinished projects, but I've not seen it being captured here in the report, although it was supposed to be in the previous year, 2022-2023. There was a time that the governor came into this committee, and there was some document that he was supposed to provide. And there was some money that was lost, around 795 million Kenya shillings. When the committee issued an instruction that the executive bring the report here, it was never brought. So there is a problem, Chair, because the governor took me to court on that issue. So now I don't understand the reason as to why the executive did not provide those documents to this committee to date, because those documents are supposed to form the basis of my argument in court, and they were never brought. And it was supposed to be brought to the Auditors General, and then the Auditor General forward those documents to the committee, so that now the committee can now give me those documents. It was never done. And the governor has taken me to court because of that issue.
Can I say something?
Just a minute.
No, please.
Just a minute. Governor, just a minute.
You see,
I'll give you opportunity.
Okay.
I'll give you opportunity. Do you know the documents that are supposed to be brought?
Chair, it is in Hansard. Those documents were supposed to be the unfinished projects.
Chair, I think I chaired that meeting. Let me assist for efficiency. We direct, and then as a committee, I think you were chairing another meeting in the first floor. We were supposed to be given updates on the and solve prior year matters under review on Appendix 1, but 1 project implementation status on acquisition of assets. So we were querying the amount that came to 795, and we directed then the governor and the executive to provide documentation to the OAG. I think Muriuki might have been there, or his colleague, and the secretariat to receive that amounted to 795 million. So, Chair, if you want finer details as per number 21, that is page 12 of the certificate appendix 1 on resolved prior year audit matters, then we can refer to the answer, and I would request my brother, Senator Kituku, to maybe give time and ensure you give correspondence to the finer details. But that order was given, so it is up to the OAG and Secretariat to indicate whether they received those documents. I yield back, Chair.
Governor.
Chair, with due respect, there was no money lost. And the senator went ahead in public and said the governor stole the money. There's a big difference. So I sued him for defamation.
So let's look at this thing. I'm not a lawyer myself, but being around lawyers, if we go to the depth of this matter, we might sink into the flouting the sub judice rule. Number one. Number two, if there are documents that were required, were they brought? If you don't know, we should be able to give you time so that we request for the same documents again, and then we look at the issue of the 795 million at another meeting. Yes?
Chair, I have to confirm.
Chair.
Okay, see.
I want to assert that we replied, sent the document, and they were received at the Senate.
Okay.
We were given like 14 days to respond, and we responded within time and submitted the documents to this House.
Senator?
But I asked the AOG and they said that they never received the documents.
Did you ask our clerk?
Yes, I asked them. They said that they don't have the documents.
I think what you do, you just retrieve the documents and supply to the area senator. I don't think he's the one who's supposed to come look for them. If they are with us, just give them over.
If they're there,
Chair, well guided, Chair. I will
give them to the senator.
Thanks.
If they are not there, then within the next 7 days, communicate to the governor.
So, Chair,
within 14 days, they should be here if they are not supplied.
Chair.
Yes.
You know,
also we are pressed for time.
Yes. But you know, your colleague is in court.
Yes.
So you can't take it lightly, and I don't know which came first. Whether the court jumped on our case or we are jumping on the court's case. I don't know when this matter went to court. Did it go to court before we were seized of it, or it went to court after?
We were seized of it first.
Then how do you then get somebody to court on a matter that is before the Senate? The final examination.
The issue.
Wait,
he called me a thief in public.
Wait, Governor.
It's not what he said here. This is privileged. What he said out there, that he summoned me to Senate, and that I stole 709
It's okay, Governor. Senator Wambua.
It's okay. It's okay, people. It's okay with time. You know, if you don't want to stop, we can stop. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. We can stop. If you don't want us to talk.
Please, Chair, allow him.
Okay. Just
you know, Chair. There is one thing that you must also understand.
Yes, our colleague is in trouble.
That the final determination as to whether there was money lost does not lie with my friend, the governor, or the senator. That matter will have to be subjected to a process. The determination will be made as to whether the money was lost and whether the loss is on account of theft or misapplication of funds. So I think it would have been better for the governor and also the senator to allow this process. If we ask for documents, then we should have concluded on the documents. Then after the outcome of the committee, will decide what to do with this matter. I'm not a lawyer, that's just what I'm saying.
Okay, let's listen to a lawyer.
As a lawyer,
So on what basis did he go out there and call me?
Governor, it's okay.
No, it's a governor.
You don't have the mic, Governor.
Pressure.
Yes.
As a lawyer,
You can listen to lawyers now.
Chair, you are wading into dangerous territory. I want you to adjourn this meeting.
Another lawyer? Governor? I'm not Chair.
Chair,
You are a lawyer, but
Chair, what I can say.
Did you hear what the chair said?
No, you need to withdraw, Chair, because I am an active member of LSK. I have paid for my practicing certificate for this year. Mine is just in the interest of time, and you know our colleague is in trouble. want just to encourage Tuku that what is happening, let us finish the process, Chair. Let the senator be supplied with documentation. Then you can form your basis. But I want to encourage you, personally, Sifuna and colleague have been sued by many people, including CS of Interior. So you should not fear.
I will not fear.
Yes, so you should not fear. And if you need legal services, you can get from some of us. I know how to deal with it.
So I'm not saying.
Yeah, that's called ambulance chief.
Okay,
No, it is
we'll
called
repeat that
solidarity.
briefly, just 1 minute.
It's called solidarity with colleague. No, I'm not soliciting.
Chairman, we want to request that, so to be able to support this committee, we want to request the officer of the county to give us the dates when that information was provided. That will make it very efficient for us to be able to make a follow-up with the Kilifi office. Thank you, Chair.
So I've given, whether you submitted them or not, I've given you 14 days to make sure that you submit the same documents to the auditor and a copy to our secretariat. No, the senator would get them through the secretariat. I think this meeting is adjourned until 12:30 when we'll be having Nairobi County Government. Thank you. with a word of prayer by the senator from Nyamira, Senior Counsel, Kongo Mogen.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tukusaidie, tusamehe kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tunakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haki zao umezikabidhi katika mikononi mwetu. Amen.
Thank you. We can adopt our agenda, members, which is meeting with County Executive of Nairobi to consider detailed status report on the actions taken to address the issues raised in report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the County Executive of Nairobi for financial year 2024-2025, the report of the Auditor General on the receipt of revenue statements for the County Executive of Nairobi for the financial year 2024-2025, and the report of the Auditor General on the County Revenue Fund for the County Executive of Nairobi for the financial year 2024-2025. Let me have a proposer and a seconder.
Chair, I propose.
Thank you, Senator Mwenda Gitayo.
Chair, I second.
Thank you, Senator Okongo Mogeni. Let's have a round of introductions, starting from members on my far right.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, Cherargei Kiprotich is my name, Senator of the Republic of Kenya, representing the great people of Nandi County. Thank you, and a member of this committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable colleagues, Governor, and your delegation. My name is Enoch Wambua, Senator Kitui. I am a member of this committee.
Thank you.
My name is Okongo Mogeni, Senator of Nyamira, and a member of this committee.
Thank you.
And the Chair, good afternoon, Governor and your team. My name is Edwin Sifuna, Senator Nairobi. I'm a member of this committee.
To my left.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Senator Mwenda Gitayo, Tharaka-Nithi, member of this committee.
I'm Lelego Tumbesi, Senator for Samburu, member of the committee.
Fatuma Dulo is your member.
And I'm Jones Maruma, Senator representing Taita Taveta, Vice Chair of this committee, but I'll be chairing this meeting today. Let's go to our Secretariat.
I'm going David Clerk, the committee.
Kibet Kevin, Committee Clerk.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Joan Mahinda, Research.
Good afternoon. My name is Shalim Simbi, Hansard Officer.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Phoebe Sarah, Hansard and Audio Department.
Afternoon, Chair and members. John Chege, Sergeant at Arms.
That's all from us, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Auditor, starting with Liaison.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Ruki Patrick, the Liaison Officer. Chair, we have a team from our Nairobi Region Office. This team also audits Kiambu, amongst other entities, but today they're here for Nairobi. With the permission, then you can come on record.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. My name is Evelyn Kauna, Director, Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Geoffrey Rongo, Deputy Director in the Office of Auditor General.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Bogori from Office of Auditor General.
Where are you talking from? Oh, thank you. Okay. Just go on record. I didn't hear.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Adam Bogori from Office of Auditor General.
Okay.
So, Chairman.
Thank you. Do you have control of budget?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Gilbert Gachanja from Office of Control of Budget. Chair, I am accompanied by also an officer from the same office. With your permission, you can come on record.
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Joseph Wambua from the Office of Control of Budget.
National Treasury.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Jackson Ndungo from the National Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you. EACC.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. Christine Mweu from ESCC. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we invite the County Assembly of Nairobi?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that we did invite the County Assembly. However, the clerk informed me that it seems like the Assembly is engaged in another activity out of town.
Okay. Governor, it's your turn to introduce yourself and your team.
Thank you very much, Chair and members. My name is Sakaja Arthur Johnson. I'm the Governor of Nairobi County. I have a team of relevant officers with me. I'll allow them to introduce themselves, starting with the CC for Finance.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Ibrahim Mauma, the acting CC for Finance and Economic Planning. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Tiras Njoroge, the Nairobi City County Receiver of Revenue.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Asha Abdi. I'm the Chief Officer Finance.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. My name is Boniface Wawero, the Acting County Attorney.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members. My name is Susan Silantwe. I'm the CC for Health, Wellness and Nutrition.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Paul Mwangi, Revenue Reporting.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, Marshal Wekenda, Chief Officer Mobility, Acting and Chief Officer Lands. Thank you.
The rest of the contingent might need to stand so that we can see you. Okay, they might need to stand all the same.
All protocols observed. My name is Nicholas Paina, reporting Team Revenue Administration.
Members, good afternoon, honorable members. I'm Dr. Nancy Dalla, the Chair of the Audit Committee in Nairobi County.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. My name is Francis Njoroge, Internal Auditor Director.
Through the Chair, good afternoon, members. My name is Job Mora, Head of Press.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name is Justin Muli, PA to Governor.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Patrick Wanjohi, Director Accounting Services.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Bidan Degwa, Assistant Director, Accounting Services.
Is that all, Governor? Okay, Clerk, please administer oath to the Governor.
I'm glad that you know. Thank you, Chair. I, Sakaja Arthur Johnson, do solemnly swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before the committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please also table the documents that shall rely on this engagement.
Chair, you will bear with me. You can hear my voice is not how it normally is.
It's okay.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I hereby table the following documents before the committee. Number one, management responses and accompanying annexures on the report of the Auditor General on the County Executive of Nairobi City County for the year 2024-2025. Secondly, management responses and accompanying annexures on the report of the Auditor General on the receiver of revenue statements for the County Executive of Nairobi City County for the financial year 2024-2025. And Chair, management responses and accompanying annexures on the report of the Auditor General on the County Revenue Fund for the County Executive of Nairobi City County for the financial year 2024-2025. 2025, Chair.
Thank you, Governor. Auditors, did you receive the documents in good time, and do you think we are ready to proceed?
Yes, Chair, we did receive.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Clerk, did you receive our documents in good time?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that we did receive the documents in good time and we should be able to proceed.
Beautiful. Governor. You are summoned to this committee, but you did not appear. And on that same date, you are fined as a resolution of the committee, Kenya shillings 500,000 that you are to pay in your personal capacity. Clerk, did the governor honor that fine? Did he pay?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that the governor has already paid the 500,000 fine.
Okay. So members, I don't think we need to belabor that because there is...
Chair, just on preliminary. Governor, I have seen you have two senior positions that are acting, and they are critical with your indulgence, Chair, for the running of the county. You know, Nairobi is not just a county, it's a city county. And your senator normally refers to some of us as rural senators. My only concern is there are limitations of an acting. I've seen you have CCM acting finance, and I think acting county attorney. Could you just tell us, because, you know, for the running and efficiency, the County Public Service Board, what is the status so that we know the county is running as it should be? Why are you having most of your senior officers as acting? Thank you, Chair.
Governor, although they're just two, they're not most. Governor can respond.
Chair, it depends on where you did your English.
Chair,
yes.
The only acting person here is the county attorney. CC Finance is not acting. Once you get a letter from the governor, you hold it.
But he said acting.
Yeah, I'm correcting him.
Okay.
The previous holder had a legal issue that is being pursued in court. And it's something that I really want to bring to the Senate. Because the legal holder of the office, the previous holder, Charles Kerich, was convicted because of pending bills. Chair, the Government Proceeding Act protects public servants from such, conviction. It was not him to pay from his pocket, and sometimes there are limitations. But when it comes to county governments, our officers are continuously harassed, arrest warrants, they are constantly hounded. But you'll never see a permanent secretary in the national government or a cabinet secretary, because a CEC is the equivalent, of a cabinet secretary, going through that. That is a special appeal I will make to the Senate. The county attorney is newly appointed, and the procedures for approval are underway, Chair, including advertisement.
Are you saying you've never seen a national government official facing contempt of court proceedings?
Not contempt, arrest. Arrest warrants for not paying.
The warrant comes from contempt because the courts have made decisions that your government has to honor. We are a rule of law country. I mean, if the courts have made a decision that a certain amount of money is payable, I am familiar with these cases.
Yes.
You can't excuse the accounting officer in such an event. What do you want the Senate to do? Because we also respect court orders.
You can, Chair, without us going into that as a substantive point. If a CEC, for instance, is compelled to pay a certain amount that has not been approved by the budget in the county assembly, how does he pay it?
So what arguments do you make before the judges there? Because we cannot excuse someone who's been convicted by a court of law.
I have not asked you to excuse anyone. I am saying that the context within which county government officers are dealt with vis-a-vis their colleagues in the national government is something that I've been on both sides. Something that I've seen is it is not fair. And we will be bringing substantive issues. Even before any issues of contempt, there are always arrest warrants in counties. When I was senator, we were dealing with them. County secretary that time was always in hiding. The county, it's a bigger issue that I think the devolution committee, please allow me to finish, Senator Ombo, that the devolution committee needs to hear us out and look at it. That is what I want to propose, and I'll bring it later. It's not about a specific case. It is something continuous on numerous issues, Chair.
Senator Wambua.
Chair, Governor Sakaja, actually
in support of what you're saying. And you know, you began by saying that you will bring that matter to the Senate. We will sit back and wait for that matter to be brought. Because you know what, Chair? This mistreatment of county governments by the national government does not begin and end with officers of the county governments. It also extends to allocation of resources in the treasury to county governments. So bring that matter, let's deal with it.
Yeah, just as an exit point, Governor, just under 30 seconds, then the hypocrisy in your statement is you fired Kerich based on that legal challenge.
No, he's not been fired. He's not holding the position for now.
But you have appointed somebody substantively.
Chair, we have 10 CCs. And for, you know, the one...
So you moved him to another department?
He is the substantive CC.
Yes, because he came here, he's not out, or he became substantive after I asked. Did you hire him on instance?
You know, it is first time to sit before you.
Yeah, you know,
and sometimes he sees you on TV, so he's, you know...
Yeah, there is an issue that we have to agree on, Governor. Warrants of arrest only issue if you fail to attend court.
No.
Yeah,
that's why I want this
Just a
thing
minute.
substantively dealt with.
Just
we
a
have
minute.
warrants every week without issues of attending court.
This is where we want to guide you, because you cannot bring matters that are before the courts to the Senate for resolution.
No.
The issue that we want to be clear on, even you have been subject to arrest warrants from the Senate just recently because you failed to appear. If you appeared before the courts, that is where you make your case, because also those courts, they are also Kenyans. They understand the challenges that devolved units are going through. We have been through numerous such issues. I remember when the lawyers were issuing those warrants all the time, and it is usually those legal bills, and you sit down with some of them, agree on a payment plan, something you can take to the court.
So my senator should
shouldn't get there.
My senator should listen to his governor. Why are you preempting the issue before I bring it? For you to look at the entire...
Chairman.
Is what we exercise in futility.
Chairman.
That's what your senator is warning you against.
But everyone deserves a
Exercise
hearing.
in futility.
Let's talk.
Everyone deserves a hearing. Let's hear it.
Let's talk. Senator,
Why can't we just move to this?
Senator Wambua.
Because you see,
Let's put
he
our
said
mics off.
he will, he has not.
To bring it substantive.
He may not even bring it.
Let's all put our mics off.
But we don't want him
Members.
to do exercise in futility.
So why can't we just let him do what he has to do, and we got the serious...
Because at face value, it's exercise in
Chair,
futility.
the Senate is a house where everybody comes to for relief.
Said, you know it.
We cannot all be talking, surely.
Please. Yes, let's just talk in tongues. Let's just talk in tongues. Now, let us listen to Senator Wambua.
You know, me, Chair, what I'm saying is, the governor has said that he will. He has not. Let's wait for that to happen. When it happens, we will deal with it. That is saying, let's go to the issues here, because they are quite serious issues here.
Yes.
I would personally want to know whether the 1 million machine for making chapatis arrived.
Yeah.
No, those are issues that I want to discuss.
No, Chairman.
Please, let's just talk when you get my mic. It is possible for you to ask for the mic, and I'll give you the mic, and you prosecute your case. Now, Senator Sifuna, are you asking for the mic?
I have asked.
Please do.
Finally, you know, I don't know how I can put this. If you go to the wrong forum with a problem, expecting resolution, it's actually, I don't know how I can put it, Governor. Because we have, even in our standing orders, we have the sub judice rule. We can't deal with matters that are before the courts. What was giving was guidance, but we will wait for that. I just wanted to know, because it's a matter of great concern to me personally, because I know Kerich. Are you aware as a government of his physical whereabouts?
Chair, let me say this. One, we've not come on that matter. I have not said we're bringing substantive issues with respect to court rulings. Because the sub judice rule is that if you bring a matter that is currently before a court and your hearing of that matter can jeopardize its outcome, that is when you don't discuss it. I'm talking about the Government Proceedings Act. And allow me to leave it at that, Chair.
Is it possible, members, that we leave that issue and we go to the substantive matters, because looking at the time.
I've been asking you to give me a floor.
Okay, Senator Omogeni.
You know,
Senator
this
Omogeni, yes.
is a house of record, yeah? And we all know, including Governor here, that we have all taken oath, even us as we sit this afternoon, to respect the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. So if the courts have issued orders, and you have county attorney, you have a legal department, you have gone to court, you have lost the case, and there's that court order, what really do you want the Senate of Kenya to do?
Which matter are you talking about?
There's no matter.
Whatever matter. You're coming here.
Which matter?
You're trying to ventilate before us that you have a problem with this issue of courts issuing orders.
Chair, that is
can I say
the
something?
folly of judgment before a matter is brought to you.
So what's the issue?
Wait and look at it.
What's the issue you are raising?
I'm talking about Unfair Execution of Government Proceedings Act.
Through court orders. I mean,
Senator
that's not a
Omogeni,
matter
I
we
have
can.
the mic.
That's not a matter.
Senator Dulo.
Chairman, that's not a matter that we can prosecute.
Let it come.
With respect.
Let it come, and then you dismiss it.
It has not come before us.
Even putting it on record
with all
itself
due
is
respect.
unprocedural.
Chair, I think the governor shared the frustration they are going through as county governments.
Yeah.
And it's not the matter that brought them here before this committee. So I think until when he actually has done his own research and is ready to come before Senate for a solution, then we should move to the audit issues.
Yeah.
Please.
Senator, Chair, we have been around. We know what is happening around this country. We have had a lot of issues where counties are being frustrated left, right. And that's what the governor is just saying. I think Senator Wambua has summarized everything. Let's wait for that opportunity. If
finally,
finally, I think my question, members, was very simple. Which the governor has put to rest that the CCM is not acting, is substantive. The only person who is still in process is the county attorney.
It is in the record. The governor just
yes,
said.
that is the introduction was that it was acting, but the governor has confirmed he has just hired him substantively. So let us leave it there, Chair. I yield.
Chair.
When the devolution comes, Governor, I agree with your frustration.
Chair, allow me to say something kindly.
Sorry,
Governor,
yes.
in Article 96 and 95, the Senate exists to protect the interests of counties and their governments. It is very unfortunate that even before listening to the substantive issues that a governor is saying counties are facing, that senators can be prejudicial. Why don't we wait for that matter to be brought? Look at it. If it makes sense, do what you need to do. If it doesn't make sense, then you leave it. It could
So
be
the matter that the governor is
but you
talking
cannot be
about,
prejudicial and dismissive.
Yeah, it's okay, Governor. The matter that the governor is talking about is not in this house yet.
No, it is not.
Go and prepare, bring it, and
It has been dealt with in one or another in the last Senate, but not substantively.
Thank you, Senator. You want to raise something?
I've not been answered on whether the county government of Nairobi knows where Kerichi is physically.
I will not answer that.
I
That
thought that
is
is
prejudicial to his rights. I will leave it.
Fair enough. I think fair enough. Looking at time, 10 minutes to 2 members.
Chair, just as an exit, with your indulgence, if you don't know where your employee is physical, how will they execute their duties and is still substantive?
So how would he know where he is really? Is there something I don't know about this issue?
Chair, can you control the meeting, please?
And you've been
Yes, I think let's just go to the substantive matter, members. Is that okay? So before Governor came in, we had opportunity to engage with the auditors on the matters raised in the receiver of revenue. We will start with the receiver of revenue, and then if you get time, we go to the executive. We looked at the matters that were not resolved. These are the matters that we shall look at now. The first paragraph was paragraph 8, that is page 5, on the certificate, receivables from exchange and non-exchange transactions. Auditor, you had already done your audit. And because by 31st, we had our report at 1st March, the governor had not turned up. We had and adopted this report. What we'll be wanting from you is we're just looking at the implementation of this report. So still we'll go through the issue, and then the governor would give us the response, and how they're implementing the recommendations of the Senate report. Please go through 8.1.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, 8.2.
8.2.
8.2, yes.
Note, do I read the whole of it or in summary?
Just read all of it.
No, thank you. Note 22 to the revenue statement reflect receivable from exchange transaction totaling to Kenya shilling 7,529,755,055. However, receivable totaling Kenya shillings 4,816,825,885, or 65% of the receivable have been outstanding for more than 3 years. Further, transition from cash-based to accruals accounting introduced a significant variance between the audited prior year arrears balance and the current year's reported opening balances, which were not reconciled or supported with the determination, with documentation and explanation for downward adjustment. In the circumstances, the accuracy, completeness, and recoverability of the revenue of the receivable totaling to Kenya shillings 62,769,430,875 could not be confirmed.
Governor, please respond and point us to the page that you would be reading your response from.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. The response on 8.2, I will give the response here and also discuss the issue generally, because it's a big issue that needs to be looked at holistically. The county has put measures towards recovering outstanding debt owed to us, which includes joint operation for enforcement teams, clamp down closure, and recovery of unpaid items. Talks with government entities to explore possible recovery and in some cases debt swaps. The county also did data cleansing, exercise whose results show county owing itself a good amount coming to hospitals, schools, and county offices and all parcels were being calculated in the system.
Sorry, which page is that?
Page 9.
Is it labeled 9.3? Did you get it? Okay. Go ahead. Stop there. Go ahead, Governor.
The same data had exempt properties being calculated in the system, and above all, the general interest and penalties had gone beyond the principles by far. Chair, we've attached a transitional statement and transitional reconciliation statement, which have been provided. Also, the report on the data cleansing activity. The corrective measures undertaken is a comprehensive data cleansing exercise on land rates and data records, exempt properties and unrecoverable balances identified and removed from active receivable balances. Enforcement teams were deployed to recover outstanding land rates and rent arrears. Demand notices, legal notices, bulk messages, and eviction notices in the case of house rents were issued to defaulters. And in Appendix 13.4, we've submitted samples of those. Debt recovery initiatives, including clampdowns, were initiated and are still ongoing. Detailed aging analysis and reconciliation schedules were prepared. Revenue collection strategies were enhanced to improve collection of arrears. Periodic review of outstanding balances is continuously done to identify long outstanding debts for appropriate action. Chair, in a nutshell, with accrual accounting now we must, put the receivables, what we expect to get from either accounts we have or parcels of land, because land rates and property taxes are indeed the highest revenue stream for the county of Nairobi. The variance is then what is not collected, and what is outstanding in terms of defaulters. Now, the defaulters, even after the cleanup, Chair, I think that amount of 63 billion is really the amount of money owed to Nairobi by its citizens and other entities, and mainly in form of land rates. The rents amount is not as high. It has come down, and it's because of a lot of measures that were put in place, including, unfortunately, evictions that had to be done, and such enforcement measures. Chair, if you look at the list of those who owe 63 billion, it's a huge list. And I'm happy even currently we are undertaking a negotiation with the debt collector to now move to auction, because the people of Nairobi need services. They need garbage collected, they need medicine in hospitals. You need to serve this county. 63 billion out there is way too high. And the cost of running the capital is extremely high. It's a service county. Things need to be seen to be done. So that is what we're doing. Chair, you remember earlier I had brought up the issue of Rating Act and the need for certain regulations by the Cabinet Secretary. The issue of, what do you call it, sectional properties. How 1 acre in a certain area is paying the same as its neighbor with 70 apartments, which is not equitable. Now the common mwananchi is paying every day. The mama boga is paying her 50 shillings or 20 shillings, but it's landowners of the 175,000 parcels that we've now reconciled to who are not paying their due to the city. So that is the long and short of it all. So in as much as we have improved on collection, Chair, that financial year in question, we collected 13.8 billion, 2024 and 25, which is a big improvement from where I found it.
Those are land rates?
No, that is in total. Of course, half of that is land rates and property-related taxes. Chair, we've increased revenue collection in Nairobi by 55%. But still, in as much as what we're collecting in Nairobi is more than 30 counties combined, it is not enough to serve the people of Nairobi. I shall rest there for now.
Auditor, that was the query and that is the response from the management. Yes?
I wanted to ask...
Before you even do that,
okay,
we want to ask the auditor if that query was responded to well. If not, what is still outstanding?
What is the outstanding, we can say, I think, is what is the current state out of that 62 billion? Because the concern was it has been outstanding for long. We think what is outstanding for more than 3 years. Is what is now out of that? What is the current state in terms of what have you collected within that?
Is it possible to get that now, Governor, or you might need time?
You see, a lot of the increase between the 8 billion to the 13.8 of our current revenue can be attributed to people who've paid outstanding rates, but a huge majority are not paying. And that is why, I've seen there three categories of people. One are very faithful people who come and pay, whether you remind them or not. Second, there are those who need to be reminded. I think even today, message reminding you that you have until 30th June for 100% waiver on interest. Thirdly, there are those who can only pay when they are caught. Unless they are caught and there's legal action or there's an auctioneer in their property, they will not pay. And that is the biggest problem. But also there's a government. There's contribution in lieu of rates from national government entities that is still owing. And I'll get the exact number, I think it's 3.8. Yeah. Around 3.8 billion from government entities, including Parliament. Parliament is one of the defaulters who owe Nairobi County contribution in lieu of rates. The new Rating Act provided a new procedure where you write to the CC Finance writes to the National Land Commission, listing all government entities owing CILO, and then the PS of Finance is the one who receives that from NLC and is the one who reports back and pays through NLC. That was the change that came with the Rating Act, and there's still been delay in actualizing those provisions because of the regulations in the House, Chair.
Senator Sifuna.
Chair, Governor, the CS for Treasury sat in that same chair last he was here, and according to Treasury, according to what he told us, is that some of these conversations have stalled because of unavailability of your office to have those conversations. Sitting here today, what do you have to demonstrate the progress that has been achieved in terms of resolving some of those concerns?
Well, we can
Governor, write the question.
We can give
Take
correspondence.
another one from Senator Mugen.
Yes, Governor.
Sorry, if I forget, you said what? Evidence to show progress?
Yes, because he laid the blame squarely on you as a CEO of the county.
You should have called us together. You would not have said this.
Order, Governor.
Sorry.
Senator Mugen.
Yes, Governor, I've heard you say that revenue has increased from 8 billion to 13 billion under your stewardship.
13.8.
13.8, Yes. Do you attribute this to efficiency, or you have also increased your rates significantly? What is the percentage you have increased the rates? Then number two, can you say that Nairobians are correspondingly receiving services to reflect this increased revenue from 8 to 13 billion? Personally, where I live, I've never seen a garbage collection from the county government of Nairobi.
Where do you live?
In Nairobi.
Where?
Don't worry where, but...
Can you protest Senator Mogeni?
Governor,
I live in the Dagoretti corner, Wanyero.
The standing orders talk about responsibility for statements of
facts.
So
actually, not just, this is a general question, that generally there is a problem of garbage collection. I drove through Isili yesterday. I actually took a video clip. I will send it to you. There are heaps of garbage in Isili. The same thing with our center here in Kamkunji. So I don't know why we are not seeing a clean Nairobi now that you have increased revenue to 13 billion.
Senator, just write the questions you will answer. Senator Cherargei.
Chair, and you must bring the governor to order. He waits to a chance to answer. This thing of giving snippets while members are speaking doesn't look very neat. Governor, note this down. I have gone to corrective measures. There were teams that went out. There is the issue of comprehensive data cleansing. There is the issue of demand legal notices, debt recovery initiatives, detailed energy analysis. I have seen over 3 years in your report that you have given. That is more than 3 years, is almost 95.9% in terms of aging analysis that you have given. On all these 8 corrective measures, how much have you collected comparing what is still outstanding? And then finally, you have said your revenue collection has increased from 8 to 13 billion. But according to CRA, your revenue potential should be 63 billion. So what are you doing to actualize that? Because I know before this projection of revenue collection is the CRA, and that potentiality of Nairobi should be much more, because there's that consistency in Nairobi city has never been achieved. So when you say there is improved efficiency of collection, then you still have this pending. And then finally, you had the CS Mbadi was here, the expert was here. We argued for some time about what national government should do. You have argued in your response that they could be debt swap. With that engagement, how much have you done debt swap with the national government, and how much are you agreeing on settling, as in terms of, I know national government owes you, you owe them. So where is the meeting point to ensure that, because bulk of this outstanding is bought by the national government as opposed. And on the issue of garbage collection, I don't know the efficiency, because even when you drive Wayaki Way and most of our estates, still a big problem in terms of garbage collection.
Governor, you may respond now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy senators are making the same point I'm making, because that collection requires resources. It is a heavily logistical exercise. It's a very expensive exercise. Without these resources, you will definitely not see the kind of efficiency we deserve. An increase of 5 billion or 6 billion will not all go into one thing. You know, it won't all go into garbage. The county provides medical services, roads, a lot of things, you know, Chair, that you know, because you're the ones who look through our audits. Let me answer them in sequence, starting with my senator. The evidence to show progress in terms of what national government, or rather these measures that we're taking, is really correspondence between us. Correspondence to the NLC we can provide, the demands for those amounts we can provide, demands to national entities that we've actually written to, we can also provide. The issue that, if I get it right, that CS Mbadi was on about, and if I'm wrong, you can correct, was on pension debts. And the pension debts matter. In fact, I chaired a meeting that he missed in Treasury to agree on a new formula, because they had been applying the actual deficit wrongly. When you look at funds that are defined benefit funds like lap trust. But on DC funds, we, for instance, have no outstanding arrears when it comes to that, apart from interest. So that is the one meeting that is kept talking about, where I came and gave them. They wanted the views of Nairobi and Mombasa. And I remember that day I left OP and went straight to Treasury, and we gave them our opinion. In fact, we actually pointed out where they are wrong in their calculation, because you cannot have the interest plus the actual deficit being applied on a county entity. It was not about the debts they owe us. It was about how much counties owe pension funds, lap trust and lap fund. And Chair will remember this is a matter I dealt with a lot when I was your chair of labor in this house, up until we passed the county government retirement scheme legislation. So I can provide that correspondence. Chair, what is slowing us down? One, the ability or the teeth to enforce. When you owe KRA, KRA will come for you. And they have all the powers plus police and all of that. For the counties, enforcement is a challenge. In fact, part of why we're working on the Nairobi Metropolitan Police Force. Because all our people have is Nirungutu. So I've told you, I owe you this. You go to court to get an injunction. You stop the process. The section 19, if I'm not wrong, or 18, of the National Rating Act provides those remedies. It says that the county government can, one, deny you whatever service, including water, you know. Two, can come and put an agency notice on your property. Three, can collect rent on your behalf in the case of a place that has rental income. Four, can auction. Now, what has been waiting for implementation or execution of that has been regulations, because the same law says the cabinet secretary shall prepare regulations for the enforcement of that. Before, what they used to be under the Valuation for Rating Act of 1956,
which yes, of course,
in its 1956 law, was that you set a valuation court in the county, which we did. You get a magistrate to head the tribunal. Then those with disputes can be able to, you know, question the disputes before producing a new valuation rule. Fortunately, and my senator, this is progress. We're the only county that has been able to move to a new valuation rule, 2019 valuation rule. The rest are still in the 80s valuation rule. So implementing it, albeit with a few people who had objections. If you help us get the proper regulations on two laws, one, the National Rating Act. There I sit with the governors and mayors from across the world. Capital cities are run through property taxes. Number two, on the sectional properties law. Sectional properties law demands, and I'll give you an example, half an acre in Kileleshwa with one house is paying the same rate as half an acre with 60 houses. Yet they need more services, more water, they use the roads more, etc. Sectional properties will provide that each and every of those units first gets a sectional title by a certain time, and each of them becomes a ratepayer. Even if the amount is
the
not too high.
implementation of the Sectional Properties Act?
Again, it's the regulation. We've done our regulations. We even did a draft that we shared with the CS that they can adopt because we're the biggest beneficiary. We've done county regulations.
So, Governor, that is a proper matter to bring before the Senate. And for your information, we have dealt with changes to the Statutory Instruments Act. We've passed, I think, 3 separate in this last 3 months or so to criminalize delays in operationalization of laws, including failure and delays in passing of regulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That will really help the city. Chair,
Chair, I just wanted to ask the governor, since this matter has been in the books for the last 3 years, are you able to realize this collection? Because it cannot remain in your books forever. So if it's not possible, can you make proper justification on how you can get it off your books? If you are unable to do it, then you can bring it to the Senate. They can be able to help you to go through that.
Chair,
Thank you.
what my elder sister is not getting, the issue here is hundreds and thousands of people who owe the county rates and are not paying. Now, the only way to sort it out is when the county has the teeth and ability for those services you're saying, on Wanye Road, for garbage, it requires money. It requires resources. It requires equipment. We need to fix drainage in this city. It requires resources. So you're running a city of 7 million people with a 38 billion budget. We definitely cannot have the same quality of life that we want elsewhere. And I'll give you an example. I was hosting my colleague here, Mayor of Paris. And I took her to see one of our projects. And she asked me, Sakati, how many people do you have? I said 7 million. She's like, oh, she has 2 million. Then she said, and that's Greater Paris. Then she asked me, what is your revenue? When I told her the amount, she was shocked. So what is your budget? I said, I converted it. I asked her what her budget is. It's equivalent of 1.3 trillion Kenya shillings for the capital. We want that quality of life in Nairobi, but you don't want to pay for it. It is not fair. So that is the issue, Senator Dulo.
No, Chair, I agree with the governor, the frustration and challenges they are going through. But the other thing is that for how long are we going to have this on record? If you really feel that you cannot make headways, can you give this matter to the Senate? And then we can be able to see how it can be. You can be assisted. Because we cannot have it forever in books, and you are unable to realize.
Yeah, so that operationalization, I hope that is the right way you say that word. That making it work of those 2 laws, and that is really why we push those 2 laws, would be a huge victory for not just Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru.
So, Chair, I hear the governor saying that with proper facilitation by law,
yes,
this 62 billion
can be realized.
Yeah.
And once you realize that, you will see the services. We're doing a lot with so little, the little that we have. Chair, let me give you the last example. The Senate graciously has been able to provide for us, increasing allocations to county. And that one I thank my senator. I used to boast to him that me, when I came, I found 15, I left it at 18. Now he's come to 21. So he's performed very well. Do you know of the 1.7 billion that I receive a month, 1.5 is salaries? We want potholes fixed, we want drainage done, we want 7 million people served, and Senator Mugeni's garbage collected. The financing question of the capital must be looked at critically. The financing question. Chair, on the second question on revenue increase, Senator Mugeni, yes, it has gone up by 55%. What I attribute it to mostly is digitization of all revenue streams. The digitization of all revenue streams and having a no-cash policy has really helped the efficiency. Number 2, simplification of paying.
So 55% should give us what? From 8 billion, if you increased it by 55, wouldn't it bring us close to 13 billion?
Yes, that's why we collected 13.8.
So the fact...
I've increased revenue by 55%.
Because you have increased the rates.
No. I'm explaining the reasons you asked. The first one was digitization and making it efficient. devolving the customer service centers. Today, across the city, you don't have to come to City Hall to pay. On star 647 hash on your phone anywhere in the world, you can pay your rates. On Nairobi Services or Geo.ke, you can describe your business, print your license with a QR code without going to any office. So that efficiency has helped. Senator Mokeni, the issue of rates increase does not apply because the rates increase was quite minimal. Because what we are doing is 0.05% of undeveloped site value. And we even did a capping, because for the larger ratepayers, we said that if they increase almost double or doubles your rates, you will not pay beyond that. And so it's a very small category of people. Most ratepayers is 10,000, 15, 20, you know, but the defaulters are the 100 million. And, you know, I don't know if data privacy is an issue. I would name people here. That someone is well-to-do, is driving a big car, they're doing business, they owe us 12 million shillings, and they don't want to pay. And we told people, even these rates you can pay month by month in arrears, you know, in installments, you know. So really, it is that issue of can't pay, won't pay until you get me. But today, I'm very happy.
Governor, the way you are talking about those big people, I'm looking at Cherargei and wondering whether he knows one of them.
Maybe he's one of them. You know, he's a big guy.
Chair, you need to protect me. Focus. Let us remain on focus. You know, when you're hunting for antelope, go for the antelope, not the squirrel.
But I hope you're not hunting. Chair, there are big names, political names, big institutions, and something people do not know. This law today does not exempt people like golf clubs. You know, golf clubs are refusing to pay. Huge golf clubs, all these rich people go there to complain about the pothole. But they themselves have arrears. If I list for you, Karen Muthaiga, Royal here, which if I auction it, it can make a very nice park for the Kibra people. You know, it can be a very nice recreational facility. They're not paying. Yet, the biggest complainers of lack of service delivery are members. Now, this new rating act only exempts religious institutions. And those religious institutions that have a business entity are not exempt in the business entity. If you go here to Holy Family Basilica, they're collecting a lot in their parking silo. So we only charge them rates for that part. But for the rest of the church, no. So it's only religious. You saw my staff went to the Freemasons. Freemason is not a religious institution. It's a gentleman's club. It even has a bar inside. But you see, these are the people who are also the loudest.
Do you say people who are going to church don't drink?
All religious institutions are registered in Kenya through the Register of Societies, all of them. And so, people claiming those exemptions yet conducting business, you know, let's be fair. Senator Sifuna, you represent Mama Mboga, who comes early in the morning to Wakulima, and she's paying her 50 bob. But people
you can't flog this horse further.
No, we must.
Can I just
the tax swaps Senator Cherargei asked? I've not answered your last question.
Yes. True.
There's not been good progress. We've done numerous meetings. One example is, I explained yesterday in a different committee, Chair, how I was going to be very happy having moved Nairobi from 119 billion pending bills to zero, because what was going to happen, I've already reduced from 119 to 86. Now from the 86, the Supreme Court ruled that Nairobi County is owed for the Makasi garrison. It was ruled that it is ours, and we said the military must now start paying for it. And the value of it, in my assessment and the assessment of our team, was 80. It has come down to 75. That negotiation stopped there. But if you press upon them to pay, as even to say to pay an additional 10 billion every year or 20, it will come to deliver services to the people. Because the court found that is a property Nairobi bought for value from Kayole Estates. That time it was 40,000 pounds. So these are the things that can really help us be able to serve the people better. Chair, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Chair, just follow up, because when we finish the issue of revenue, I think we'll be done. Chair, yes. Governor, I sympathize with you with the issue of rating, and we are back the statutory instrument. But I am jittery, because your potential should be 65.1 billion. If I accept the property rate, when you come to parking fees, your potential should be 2.5, but you are collecting 2 billion, just as an example. The hospital and public health fees, you should be collecting 6.2 billion, but you are collecting 1.5 billion. The building plan approvals, and I see many buildings coming up everywhere in this city, you should be collecting 6.1 billion, but you are collecting 1.35 billion. On the issue of business trading license, the potential is 16.0 billion, but you are collecting 2.7 billion. This issue and this analysis of your revenue, the liquor licensing is very interesting because I normally see estimated potential of 8.4 billion, but you are collecting 338 million. I'm just giving breakdown, exempting the rating, the property rate. So does it mean, one, how do you, through the chair, how do you ensure that this potential is maximized? Number two, for example, like liquor licensing. I know most Nairobians like Sheree. And whenever I drive around, you see Quiver, you see what, and even your senator with indulgence has always referred himself as Waziri wa Sheree. I thought you should have at least corrected 5 billion to 8.5 billion. So what are you doing to maximize this other revenue that you don't need the rating at? Finally, you have said that you are moving to from non-cash basis. Governor, we saw one of your senior officials, although this is a matter under investigation, was found with 65.6 million, although I'm told it was more. You never know what happens in this country. And it's a senior county official, and you are talking about moving to non-cash. Why would a senior official be found with more than 65 million in a house? What is, the point is, I don't need to deal with the investigating part, but you are talking about non-collection through cash. So my concern, if you find a senior official and you have said you are moving to cashless, then some of us doubt, considering finding 65 million with one person is very, very dangerous.
Thank you, Chair. Let me deal with the substantive issues. Yes, the potential in those revenue streams that you have mentioned. I'm not agree with the figures because that was just an estimate, but it is high. But remember, you also need resources to collect resources. You know, you need to invest in equipment. You need, and especially for what we call the DCU, the debt collection unit. We are now getting into leasing to have more vehicles for those teams that go to the ground. And so the potential is there, but of course we also don't want to overtax Nairobians. We're not raising taxes. We've not raised for the last 2 or 3 cycles, but we're expanding where people can actually be able to pay. An example that counties have not explored well, I think apart from Kisumu and maybe Lamu, if I'm not wrong, is what we call entertainment tax. I think Kwale, one of the coastal counties. You know, the constitution says that counties can levy business and property fees, and B, it says entertainment taxes. If an entertainment tax of whatever percentage is put on a lot of what you'd call entertainment, it is a potential for all counties to actually raise some money, and it can be collected even by KRA, you know, as a percentage as they collect their VAT, without overburdening Kenyans. Yes, Senator Cherargei, Nairobians love sherehe. There's been an increase in liquor, especially this financial year, again because of the same process. We now moved to Liquor Pay. Now, Liquor Pay is a system that is digital, that all of those who are applying to run these businesses are now using. They're very happy with it. You know, it's very hard to hear people you're regulating coming to say thank you for doing that. I think finally on the officer found with money, it is not revenue he was found with. I don't think it's being investigated. But in Nairobi, first, we don't condone that. And I condemned it completely. I suspended the officer immediately. We've seen cases of people being found with money from national government, from other counties before, whether it was bribes collected from people, etc. It is wrong. And we must do everything we can do to tighten systems to prevent that. Of course, as I said, even in that, in my statement, there's a space for personal culpability. You know, I saw the media, my friends here, trying to now run with it, saying Sakaja's officer found, like, surely, how do I know what you have in a bucket in your house? under your bed.
But he's your
I think
officer.
I have
they were
19,000
right.
officers.
They were right. He's your officer.
But when someone else was found, KPA, they didn't say so and so's officer found with 500 million. You know, it is very unfair when
But
it
they
comes
ran the
to,
same
when it comes to
headline.
counties.
I hope you saw.
Thank you.
But the point I'm making is
Chair, in defense of the media,
Yes,
Secretary,
you are
you know, I'm
ascribed.
also ascribed.
Oh, they even apologized to me.
But you know,
I'm sorry. For the 4-on-1,
there is nothing wrong with them making reference to you because they also need familiarity, you know.
No, they can say Nairobi County Government officer.
The boss of Nairobi City officer is the boss is Sakaja. So
saying a very close ally.
I think we can close.
But you have worked with him.
Very close ally.
Let's close.
But some of us know you as such.
Yes.
He's your close friend.
Senator,
Chairman.
Progress.
Chairman, as we make progress,
yes.
Governor, I think you need to. I'm happy that you are condemning the officer who was found with money. You know, when you look at the projections on how much you should be making, and when you see an officer working with 65 million shillings, that should be an indicator there is a big leakage in terms of collecting of rates or revenue and the like. So you really need to. You can't blame the media. Of course, certainly there is a problem within your own administration. That there is that window of somebody working with 65 million shillings is an indicator that there is a problem. So I hope when you go back, you will fix that issue, that weakness in system that can enable an officer to walk around with 65 million shillings.
Chair,
thank you.
Chair, I don't know why the governor is complaining because I don't know if he saw they were saying the same. When you don't show up to the committee, the people of Nairobi are saying go and get him from his house. Because they say you are my governor. Yeah, they say that I am unable to do oversight. In fact, even on this specific officer, the explanation was that I should know where all of your officers live and should be conducting periodic oversight visits. And now at home. So you shouldn't be complaining because at the end of the day, the people expect that those of us in these positions do something about some of these things.
So as we make progress, members, just Governor.
Yes, sir.
In the financial year 23-24, for land rates, we corrected 3.4 billion, but there was a huge leap. For the financial year 24-25, you collected 18.5 billion. Is it?
No.
Is that figure okay?
No, that is one of the queries. That was a receivable of.
That is a receivable
of those who were in
for land rates.
For land rates.
Okay.
Those are people. In fact, those are the best because these are people you know, isn't it? They have an account. You have invoiced them, but they have not paid.
Okay.
It is easy to enforce on those ones than those who you may not know. And what we're working on as well, and I really wish it would be faster, an API between us and the Ministry for Lands. Because sometimes you get a defaulter, and then they say, oh, I did a subdivision. And so they say, or the ownership changed. The county should be able to know real time when those changes happen, so that we go after the right person. But the 18.5 chair was receivable. In terms
So it is
of
occasioned by the change in accrual from cash to accrual.
From cash to accrual.
Okay, let's make progress. So people, do what you can do so that we can get these receivables. And then number two, if there's anything that the Senate can do in terms of tracking the Betting Act and the other one is which one?
Sexual Properties.
Sexual Properties Act. For the
Chair,
regulations.
just 1 minute, 30 seconds. You said you are supposed to do something with lands, Ministry of Lands. Is there progress so that we don't need to come up next year so that it assists? Because I know majority, if they can give you those, it is easy.
It's slowed down.
Nixon Koriri is your personal friend.
That is true. But you know, institutions also exist. And we've been taken around by officers. I don't know why. Because, you see, if Senator Cherargei, you buy land today from Senator Wambua, I should be able, as the rating authority, to know who is the new
The other way around. Me buying from him, not him buying from me.
Oh, hey, God's blessings, you know.
Yeah, it's okay.
But from my lips to God's ears.
Members, I think we need to agree.
No, I'm always an incoming governor, so
yes,
you should expect
we need to agree.
So such things.
Governor, not really auditor. Let's look at paragraph 9.2 on under the seating of on-source revenue against bank collections. Go through the paragraph, then we get to know what the governor has to say.
Thank you, Chair. 9.2, under the setting of on-source revenue against bank collection. Analysis of Nairobi City County Executive on-source revenue for the financial year under review revealed variance between the receipts recorded in the automated revenue system and credit in the bank account. The system reported total receipts of Kenya shillings 10 billion 602 million 255,891, while the bank reflected collection of Kenya shillings 11 billion 515 152 905, resulting in unreconciled variance of Kenya shillings 912 million 897 014. This indicates that part of the revenue credited in the bank was not receipted in the system as required. Failure to align the system with the bank credit undermines the integrity of the reported revenue and weakens the accountability in the management of the public funds. Further, it was not possible to confirm the completeness and accuracy of own-source revenue for the year, and the county is exposed to revenue leakage and possible misappropriation of funds leading to misstatement of financial reports. Thank you.
Governor, let's get the response.
Yeah, allow me to read it and then just give a further explanation. Let me read what we gave. Chair, the variance of 912,897,014 is as a result of payments done directly to the bank without specific revenue stream narration or invoice numbers. Such payments do not reflect in the system as integration is based on the bill or invoice numbers. These are receipted later when reconciliation is done that identify similar payments related to issued bills. The county is in process of enhancing system integration to ensure that this challenge is resolved. So, Chair, the system that you're talking about here, the revenue collection system, has three ways of paying. One is through the USSD. When you dial *647#, because once you dial *647#, there's a drop-down menu, and you'll say, I am paying for Landrets, or I am paying to use Uhuru Park, or whatever it is. And then you pay. There'll be no discrepancy. The portal as well, nairobiservices.go.ke, where whatever you pay then gets receipted because you paid for a specific item. And of course, going to any customer service center, and we know that Moruma has paid $1 million for this. Now, there's a category of people who send a payment directly to the county, to the bank. This 912 is money that there is more money in our bank than in the system, payments that didn't go through the system. So somebody just does an RTGS to Nairobi County Government of 5 million or of 3 million, and then our guys have to figure it out. What was this 3 million for? We found it in the bank statement, but we don't know what revenue thing it was until that person comes himself and says, I paid for approval of building plans and this is my receipt. So that is what we're trying to get integrations, including speaking to the Kenya Bankers Association. This normally happens with the banks that we don't bank with. When you go to Cooperative Bank and the banks we bank with, they assist or they have a drop-down. But through the Kenya Bankers Association, we want them to have a drop-down menu. If someone is paying Nairobi County, you can go to the drop-down and say, this is for rates, or this is for, whatever it is. In fact, you'll see there's very small discrepancy in parking payments, for instance, because that one is direct. You have not been invoiced, it's *647, you pay, and there's no discrepancy. So this 912 is attributed to that, but it is not money that has leaked away from the county. It is more money that has come than what the system has reported. because of people paying directly to our banks.
Okay, Governor.
I hope you understand.
Point us to Appendix 9.1 in your documents.
Yeah.
9.1. I don't seem to be having it. You have it?
Yes.
It's there. It's not labeled 9.1. Even as you look at the appendix, auditor, there was more money in the bank
than in the system.
Is this a reconciliation issue, or does it point to loss of funds? Do you think the response has answered that question?
Thank you, Chair. What the management provided in soft copy is the revenue for the total, 11. What is outstanding, our concern also is the reconciliation to support these reconciliation, 912. The variance between the two, because we need to ascertain the accuracy of the 912 million. So that is what is outstanding.
912 million, you need to know where it came from. Is it possible to know where it came from? That's what the audit is
So
asking.
that's the process. We have to, if someone just sends an M-Pesa from Dallas, does not say what it's for.
Governor, the problem is in your response, you've said the reconciliations and schedules have been provided in soft copy. The auditor is saying there are no reconciliations in that soft copy. That's what he's saying.
You don't have the...
Did you provide the reconciliations?
We provided, yeah. We provided the reconciliation to the extent that we can reconcile. There are some which remain that we are not aware of.
So then we should be able to see if what you're saying is correct. If it was 912, we should see reconciliations for at least 400 or 300. Is that the case, Auditor General?
Yeah.
Exactly, that's the case.
How far have they reconciled?
Because they were now addressing this specific, they only provided the total revenue.
You're losing us.
Discrepancy.
You're losing us. The governor is saying he has provided reconciliations to a certain extent. That's what we want to know, so that we know what reconciliations are outstanding, the amount involved.
That one we don't have for this, but specific. Maybe
So,
they can
Governor,
be
we
able
don't
to
have that reconciliation.
We have done it, and we'll provide it again. We'll provide it.
So how much has been reconciled?
They need the reconciliation for the entire amount.
For all of it?
So
there's a reconciliation for the
900.
But what happens is a small amount left, we'll get the specific, is then reported as other incomes. That is what I want to give. And Chair, by the way, what would be really bad is if the system has more money than the bank.
Yeah.
That if there's 912, the system and the bank is missing 912, that's a leakage. This is extra in the bank than what was in the system. So just provide the detail to where we got. Of course, you'll not be able to determine all of it until somebody, for instance, until I come to your house and say you didn't pay rent. They'll say, no, this M-Pesa on this date was the actual rent payment. Then we reconcile.
So Auditor, because members, because you don't have that reconciliation, is it possible you keep it in view in your next audit? Yeah, in your next audit. Maybe 2 weeks you provide that document to the auditors for whatever you've been able to reconcile. 14 days.
That's okay.
You want to ask something, Dr. Legwe?
Governor, for how long will you rely on manual extraction of bank balances to reconcile your statements?
What do you mean by manual extraction?
Your system does not reconcile.
It does.
It doesn't.
It does. The system I know does. It does.
The auditor has pointed out that, however, the system lacks full functionality to generate accurate, comprehensive, and reliable revenue reports. Consequently, the county relies on manual extraction and analysis of revenue from bank statements.
No. Maybe let me ask the receiver of revenue to explain. Teras. He's also an ICT guy.
Thank you, Chair. I think the difference that the auditor is pointing out to is the same 912. Because if it did not have the proper narration, the system will not be able to recognize it. But once it has a proper narration, then the system is able to recognize it. So that is a variance that is there. And that's why His Excellency says that we are also engaging the bankers associations for us to be able to have the payments come in a manner that is recognizable by the system. Because remember,
Chair,
Every
on a
single
point
day
of
there are
procedure.
thousands of people.
Sorry,
On a point of procedure.
Yes, Senator.
Since we have, and the rules of parliament are very clear, since we don't have that document here, why are we discussing?
We are engaging
Why
with a
don't
document
we
that is not there.
rest the matter a stop,
Yes.
then give further direction, because we are shooting in the dark.
That is what I had proposed.
Yes.
Before Dr. Lego said he wants to ask. I didn't know he's asking about the same thing. Why don't we then go to 9.3? 9.3 auditor. 9. No, revenue calculation. 9.4.
9.3 is addressed.
Sorry,
9.4.
let's go to 9.4.
Thank you, Chair. Unauthorized revenue reversal. Audit established that 2 commercial banks contracted by the Nairobi City County reversed a total amount of Kenya shillings 2,224,474 from the revenue correction at source without prior authorization from the county treasury or legal basis. These reversals were not backed by formal referred policy or disclosed or approved by the county budget execution framework, allowing revenue correction agent to reverse funds directly from the revenue account without legal authority or treasury approval amount to spending at source, exposing the county to financial mismanagement and loss of public funds. In the circumstances, the accuracy, regularity, and completeness of the revenue correction totaling to 28,869,874,594 could not be confirmed.
Okay, Governor.
Chair, there's an answer. Let me read it first, then I explain. Chair, the reversed amount of 2,224,474 was noted by the county and addressed to the bank. The standard operating procedures indicate the bank should seek approval anytime there is a reversal. Anytime there's an error made by the bank or the client, a standard reversal form is filled and approved by either the bank manager, if the error is originating from the bank, or the Director of Revenue Administration, if the error is originating from the client. Then an approval is granted through the same form. So what we've attached is letters to banks stopping unauthorized revenue reversals and an extract of bank statements showing revenue reversals of 2.2 million, 24,474. Corrective measures undertaken, SOPs for revenue reversals were reinforced and they're operational currently in the county. Banks were formally instructed to seek approval before effecting reversals. And this also should include M-Pesa and mobile money providers. Standard reversal forms requiring authorization by responsible officers were introduced. I don't think should I expound more? It's a small, it's not an insignificant amount.
Yeah.
Out of 13.8 billion, this is 0.016%. But it is normally when an error has been made, you want to pay 1,100, you pay 1,300. And so you ask for that to be reversed. Or sometimes the person filling the RTGS in the bank makes an error. And I agree, by the way, legally, anything coming out of CRF without having gone through the controller is like spending at source, even though they've made a mistake. So we need, advice how to treat that. When a Kenyan makes a mistake in the M-Pesa and sends us 25,000 instead of 2,500, then applies for reversal from Safaricom, and Safaricom okays it. Because also we are paid through a pay bill number for M-Pesa 606047. So that is the challenge that this is trying to look at. Auditor can advise us how to address it.
I think whatever Governor has explained is okay, the action you have taken. What we did not get is the evidence it has been reversed. I think the supporting that it has not been reversed. There is a communication to the bank between the two entities, but no evidence of reversal is what is lacking.
So do we mark that issue as addressed?
Yes, we can follow up during the current year audit to provide
Let's
the
keep
evidence
it in
of the
view.
reversal.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Just keep it in view. Now, members, I want us to go to report on lawfulness and effectiveness in the use of public resources. And the first issue we can look at under this category is paragraph 6, non-compliance with legal requirement to conduct data protection impact assessment. Okay. Let's go to, let's just look at 10. Let's go to 10, auditor. Let's go to 10, that is irregular engagement of Nairobi Pay vendor. Let's look at that one.
Thank you, Chair. Irregular engagement of Nairobi Pay vendor. During the year
Okay, auditor, let's start with number 7, please, because all of them are related.
7, 8, and 10.
Let's start with number 7.
7, 8, and 10.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Outsourcing of SaaS and maintenance of Nairobi Pay.
The certificate, page 12.
Oh, page 12. Outsourcing of SaaS and maintenance for Nairobi Pay despite county ownership. Audit established that in December 2024, Nairobi City County Executive entered into a contract with a service provider to provide software as a service, that is SaaS, for the Nairobi Pay revenue system at a cost of 4% of all revenue collected. The contract also grants the service provider responsibility for the
Auditor, are we reading the same document?
Yes.
What is the percentage on your document?
4.5%.
You said 4%.
Oh, sorry, 4.5. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Go on, auditor.
Thank you. Let me repeat, sorry. Audit established that in December 2024, Nairobi City County Executive entered into a contract with a service provider to provide software as a service, into brackets SaaS, for the Nairobi Pay revenue system at a cost of 4.5% of all revenue collected. The contract also grants the service provider responsibility for the system support and maintenance. However, audit review confirmed that Nairobi Pay is already owned by the county, raising concern over the justification for outsourcing its hosting and management function. Based on the county average revenue correction of Kenya shillings 1 billion per month, the estimated cost payable to the service provider under this arrangement amount to Kenya shillings 540 billion annually. Over the 5 years, the 540 million annually.
He's saying 540 billion.
Sorry, 540 million. 540 million annually. Over the 5 years contract period, the total estimated cost payable to the service provider amounts to Kenya shillings 2.7 billion. No evidence was provided of cost-benefit analysis, technical limitation, or capacity constraint that would necessitate the outsourcing. In addition, no competitive procurement documents were provided, and the service agreement lacked clear justification for relinquishing operational control over the county-owned system. In the circumstances, the outsourcing SaaS and maintenance of the system.
Members, we are proposing we do all the paragraphs because they seem related up to 10. Then we ask questions. Just
7, 8, 10.
7,
8, and 10.
7, 8, and 10. We leave out 9. Okay. So let's go to 8. Auditor.
We get the responses from the...
Yes.
Okay. They are interrelated.
And then the governor responds, then we ask questions. Just mark your questions.
Thank you, Chair. Underutilization of Nairobi County Tier 1 server room due to outsourced hosting of revenue system. Audit established that Nairobi City County Executive maintained a fully equipped Tier 1 server room, developed to meet the technical and operational requirements of a data center. The infrastructure was designed to host core county systems, including operational applications and revenue management platforms. However, despite this investment, the county entered into a contract with a service provider in December 2024 for the hosting, support, and maintenance of the Nairobi Pay revenue system and a software as a service SaaS arrangement. Audit could not establish that a cost-benefit analysis or feasibility study was conducted to justify the outsourcing decision, nor was there evidence that the county executive's own data center had been assessed for readiness to support the system. As a result, the Tier 1 server room valued at approximately Kenya shillings 850 million remained underutilized, while the county incurred ongoing hosting fees estimated at Kenya shillings 540 million annually and Kenya shillings 2.7 per over the 5-year contract term based on revenue projections. In the circumstances, outsourcing system hosting to an external vendor while maintaining an idle or underutilized in-house server room led to wastage of public investment, inefficiency, and poor return on infrastructure expenditure. Thank you. 10.
Go to 10.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Number 10, irregular engagement of Nairobi Pay vendor. During the year under review, Nairobi County Executive operated a revenue management system, Nairobi Pay, which was in operation since October 2022. However, the contract with the vendor was dated 16th December 2024, an indication that the county had operated without a valid contract for over 2 years with the vendor up until 16th December 2024. Further, the service level agreement defined the terms of support of the revenue system was not provided. In addition, correspondences in support of how the vendor was identified and any engagements were not provided. In the circumstances, the lack of a contract and service level agreement increased the risk that the county executive will not receive the services as contracted or have defined terms of engagement on service delivery. Thank you.
Governor, you'll answer 7, 8, and 10, respectively. And then also point us to the page where your response is.
I doubt we have the same document because
you've jumped some queries. Just point us to where your response is.
I also read the full paragraphs.
Yes, please.
So what was the first one?
The first one is on outsourcing of SaaS and maintenance for Nairobi Pay despite county ownership.
Okay, Chair, and I've explained this many times in this house.
I know.
So many times, same thing.
It's still reappearing.
Yeah,
We'll still have to continue.
The auditors refuse to understand what, and anyway, let me read my responses.
Just to make us understand. Where, point us to your response.
So
page.
my response in my document is page 26. I don't know if that's the same you have.
Would we be having different documents? 26.
I hope not.
Okay. Yes, 26.
The system was developed by multi-sectoral efforts from the national government and was first adopted in Nairobi City County in 2021 with support by the national government. The development of the system was to be utilized across all counties in Kenya as a shared platform service in a bid to improve the efficiency of collection, mapping, and allocation of on-source revenue, OSR. Article 189 of the Constitution mandates cooperation between national and county governments. Upon exit of the national government, Nairobi County, this is not right, didn't acquire, but we entered a contract with Konza Technopolis Development Authority. This is the one in 2024. KOTDA is a state corporation under the ministry, so acquisition was necessary to continue to provide it as software as a service maintenance, support, and enhancement at 4.5% of all revenues collected. We've attached negotiation agreement meetings. We did it as government to government, which determined that 4.5% fees would be sufficient. And it's not just hosting, it is public web portal, the apps, Microsoft Dynamics, compliance and enforcement app, Power BI, dashboards, Nairobi Plan, sub-module for building approvals and everything related to the built environment, GIS system, and constant maintenance. The charge was within the range of previous contracts entered by the county with previous outsourced revenue collection service providers. The technical support framework has been provided, and that's what preceded the contracting of Konza through the Ministry of ICT, through Konza, to provide it as software as a service. Corrective measures undertaken is that we entered the technical support framework with Konza Technopolis Development Authority. Support arrangements for Nairobi Pay maintenance, enhancement, and hosting were formalized. The county strengthened oversight of outsourced service provision. Negotiation agreements defining scope of services and responsibilities were documented. Of course, plans to strengthen internal ICT capacity and infrastructure were initiated, including hiring of people and both hardware and software, strengthening. Monitoring mechanisms for vendor performance and service delivery were enhanced through Project Implementation Committee. The second one is page 29.
Yeah, 20.
It's at the end of 28.
The second one is duplication, Duplication of.
I think, Chair, in the responses, just take one question at a time so that we don't have to be flipping back and forth.
Okay, let's see. Auditor, how is that response for that particular query? Do you think the executive answers that question? Is there anything outstanding?
I think what we may need is the clarification, the cost benefit, because the county is spending 540 million. When you are outsourcing your own system, is it?
It's not ours. That's what I wanted to explain.
Governor,
that's when the misunderstanding.
Just ask for the mic from me. Auditor, that's what you are saying is still subsisting?
Yes.
Governor?
Please give me the mic.
You have the mic.
What I'm seeing is a confusion here, is that there is Nairobi Pay and there is software as a service as two things. It's the same thing. It's just a brand name. And I had explained here, because we're going to go and repeat, that during NMS time, when NMS was working with KRA and the county government of Nairobi, they got these young people who developed the system, the same people who developed Ardhi Sasa. Yeah? That system was deployed to Nairobi. It was supposed to be for all the counties. When I got into office, I looked at the system because, you know, when a new governor comes into office, the first people you meet, apart from pending bills, is people who have a system for revenue, private vendors. And everybody was saying, I have a system, I have a system, I have a system. And we said, why don't we strengthen this government system that is there? And initially we said, let's strengthen and own it as a county. Chair, at this committee, your chairman actually guided us and said software as a service is better because of the maintenance cost, equipment cost going forward. And so we moved that into a contract between Nairobi County and the Ministry of ICT through Konza to provide the same service to the county, to invest in equipment, to invest in servers, to keep developing it and the apps, but it's exact, there's no company called Nairobi Pay. There is no company that is different that's providing the software as a service. It is the same arrangement, which for me is, I've seen it's very extremely efficient. So I'm not looking, you can look at we're spending 540 million, but you can also look at they're bringing 13.8 billion. It has been efficient, it has raised more revenue than any other system before. And so the G2G framework for us works very well. Yes, there are challenges here and there, as with any other system. Seasons of challenges, sometimes there are downtimes, sometimes the problem is internet related, which is not, they're not the provider. But it's a system that with many iterations, that's why you have IAS 9.1, 9.2, 9.3. There's always bug fixes, there's always adjustments, and it keeps getting.
As you answer, Governor,
yeah,
you need to give us evidence of the cost-benefit analysis, technical limitations, capacity constraints that the auditor is specifically asking for.
Cost-benefit analysis.
Chair, if I may, because
yes, so that you take all.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see, Governor, this confusion has been brought about by none other than you, because you have appeared before this committee before and swore sitting there that Nairobi owns this system.
Yes, they're giving it.
I remember.
Yeah.
So let's go slowly, because the confusion has been caused by you. You have sat in that same chair. I remember it vividly. You said we own this system. The people of Nairobi are not going to pay anything else, and so on and so forth. So when that situation changes, you are the one causing that confusion. In your response there, I know you have tried to edit it. When did government exit? For why? You have said upon exit there, the national government, when did they exit? And for what reason? Number one.
Exit of NMS.
I'm reading your response at page 26. The confusion is coming from your end. It is not from us. So you are saying Nairobi County acquired the system. Again,
as a service. That is what is missing.
No, let's go slowly, because I'm reading your text.
Yes.
The words you are saying now I don't see them on my...
When I read it, I said it's an error. When I was reading this response.
This is why we are saying, Governor, the confusion is coming from your end. Those words that you are saying, nobody stopped you from including them in the response, unless you are paying per word.
But that's why I'm here.
This is a telegram.
Why do you call us?
This is what
to
we're
give
saying.
clarity to
That's
issues.
why we're saying, please include the full response in your written responses, because at the end of the day, it is what you have given us in writing that carries the day. Then secondly, Governor, when we are discussing competitiveness of a system that you have procured, you cannot compare it to previous contracts and say that is something that we should celebrate. You were in this house when we were having problems with how those previous systems were procured and how much they were charging counties. And you know all that background, Governor. So the competitiveness for us would be for you to demonstrate, as the auditor has highlighted, how you arrived at this particular system, how it is better value for money for the people of Nairobi, and that the law was followed. So comparing it to previous problematic service providers is not the answer. And lastly, Chair, the expectation would be, because this is a story we have had in other so-called G2G arrangements. I don't want to go there because Cherargei's sugar will spike. But we have been told that the benefits of these G2G arrangements is that you get better rates. How are we getting commercial rates from a system that we developed with our taxpayer money? Because if it's government that developed this, it is our money. We would expect then that they would be doing at least half of what the commercial vendors are doing. So what is the cost benefit for the people of Nairobi really?
Take also for Senator Cherargei.
Chair, thank you. I just want to, Governor, we have on this matter for long.
Yes.
And I remember even your county assembly tried to investigate similar issues, although the reports disappeared. My only concern is on this. I'll just do basic. You have said this system was developed together with the government. So as of today, one, who owns this system? Number two, in this arrangement, because I can see there is a 5-year contract, is it in place that we are paying 2.7 billion? Which is amounts annually, you are paying 540 million annually. Now my question would be, where is that contract? And who did you sign contract with? That will be number 2 question. Number 3, they are saying if there is no contractual obligation, there was no competitive procurement documents and service level agreement on the issue of this county-owned control. So that will be my 3rd question. So,
sorry, what is the 3rd question?
The 3rd question is on the aspect of, I'm reading the certificate of the OAG.
Yeah. Yes,
the OAG is saying no competitive procurement documents were provided. So we need to know where these documents, because I'm just going through. And finally, on the cost-benefit analysis, because if you are paying in 5 years 2.7 billion, that's like money we give to Elgeyo Marakwet County or Lamu or even Taita Tavera is a lot of billions of shillings. So the point comes back.
In 5 years.
In 2 years. This is in 2 years, according to in 5 years, sorry. Thank you for that. The 5-year contract period. So this justification of payment of 2.7 billion, if you tell us who owns and you can prove who owns this, then we'll rest our matter there.
Can take Senator Fatima Dulos also?
Chair, I don't want to be repetitive, but Governor, I can see you are very far. Maybe you are reading something. Now, we had a briefing from the auditors before you came in. And it was really very hard even for auditors to understand what Nairobi Pay is and what SARS is. Yeah? Because they were trying to tell us SARS is one system and then Nairobi Pay is another system. Nairobi Pay is owned by you. SARS are actually hired or rather bought from somebody else. And I think it is very important for you to clarify to us, who owns Nairobi Pay? How did you acquire SARS? And we are being told SARS is actually housed elsewhere, which is not under your control. Finally, we want to know whether the system you have is better than what was there, because according to our understanding, we are not getting value for money as Nairobi people. And number two, the system might not be better than what was there before. So that is what I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Let's take Senator Ombuas, then you can respond.
Chairman, will be very quick. Governor, you have said you have explained this matter many times. I will volunteer information to you. This thing has thrown us off balance. Nobody seems to understand what this is. So I just take time, let's understand it. And from your response, upon exit of the national government, I gather that is the exit of NMS. Yeah? Nairobi County acquired the system. Now, what's that meaning? Acquisition means acquisition. I mean, you own it. But now you're saying you don't own it. Then you went into a contract with Concert Technopolis Development Authority. What necessitated that arrangement and how is it structured? How is that an arrangement with KOTDA structured? What necessitated it? And where are we? I thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Governor, I've also tried to understand this because in that last statement, which again you've withdrawn the word acquisition, you are saying acquisition was necessary to continue to provide SARS maintenance, support, and enhancement at 4.5% of all the revenues collected. Now that you didn't acquire it, as you say, is that service still there, or what is the exact situation now? Please try to explain to us.
Thank you. Chair, acquisition you acquire as a service. That is what is missing there. Software as a service. Now let me explain slowly. There is no Nairobi Pay and the software as a service as two different things. It is one. It is the same system. Nairobi Pay is a brand that we created together. In fact, I'm the one who came up with, let's call it Nairobi Pay, so that it is easier. Let's use this short code. You know, as you develop it. You know, I'm the one who came up with that brand name. My senator, when I first came, the discussion with the government at that time was to hand it over so that we own it fully. That is what they wanted us to do. We ended up not agreeing. And then upon even the advice of Senator Kajwang, because the kind of investment you'll have to keep doing, and by the way, even on the second question about value, it's not just hosting. There are 65 engineers, 65 software engineers sitting daily, working on different aspects of this thing. You know, it is, if they need to upgrade servers, if they need to upgrade systems, it does not come to us. And software as a service has been seen as a more efficient way of doing this. Now, this is the same way many counties, actually all counties, the only difference is that all counties have engaged private vendors, and as the vendor we've engaged is the government. Now, the question is, who owns Nairobi Pay? It is owned by Konza Development. They're the ones who own it. They're the ones who have it. Because we've contracted Konza. We've not contracted anybody else. Because that's, according to us, the person we pay is the owner. If they have engaged other people, I don't know. But we are paying them as Konza Technopolis Development. Remember the history of this thing, how it was developed. During the time, I think some of you remember a time President Uhuru was showing young people in Manyani doing, I don't know, ICT, whatnot. That is when these things were being developed. Ardhi Sasa and this one, that is the time that they were being developed and they were being run and funded by the national government. In fact, the second question of why, for 2 years, we operated it without a contract is true. Because we were told it's ours, and no one invoiced us, and no one billed us. Now, the decision we made, because it's very easy, and I don't want to cast aspersions on any of my colleagues as governors, but this is in fact, I wish all counties had such a system that gives you the level of visibility, the level of data sharing within government. You know, apart from the times where there's a mistake, when you're told your vehicle is parked in town and you left it at home, the fact that we can just query it and get to know this number plate belongs to Maruma and so we charge you, that level cannot be attained by any private system. It is in my interest to have the highest revenue Nairobi can collect. I've complained here about how I'm constrained. So I would be shooting myself in the foot by looking for a system that is not as efficient as it should be. So in terms of who owns the system, this is a government-owned system. Where is the contract? We have the contract. We can provide.
Which government?
The government of Kenya, the national government.
Okay, okay. Be specific because we have national and county government.
The national government.
Oh.
The contract is with Konza Technopolis. We provided the contract to the auditor. They have the contract. Was there competitive procurement? We did it G2G, government to government. And the experts in procurement will explain to us what that could entail. Cost benefit analysis, we can do that for you, because you look at the costs of the hardware, the cost of employing these people, and these are not people who are earning 100,000 a month. You know, that level of ICT development, the substantive chair will tell you, is a bit expensive. But we can actually do a fresh cost benefit analysis, because all other, in fact, I've never seen the auditor asking, all other counties have engaged somebody to collect revenue, or rather to provide a system, because it's still the county that collects revenue. That's why you are a receiver of revenue. So the only difference is that this is a system owned by the government.
For you to do the cost benefit analysis afresh,
yeah,
when you are going into this contract, you must have done that cost benefit analysis, and so that the advantages of going for this one.
For me, first of all,
so that's what the auditor is querying.
First of all, it was extremely intuitive to see a system that is working, that is able to, in fact, have two systems, not just your system for normal revenue collection, but a planning system for urban development. A planning system for urban development that has, first of all the shape files of the city. No one else can give it to you. That I can point at your house and say this one is so-and-so, they owe us this amount of money and this is what they've been paying in the past. No other person has that kind of data set. But we can get the substantive cost-benefit analysis to provide for you, Chair. So we're very comfortable with it as we continue to develop the intricacies of that software as a service, but it is not a different system. There are not two systems. It is, we call it Nairobi Pay as a brand name. Software as a service is not a brand name. It is a way of engaging a service in ICT. But Nairobi Pay is a brand name that the person on the street knows, that the same way I'm telling you, we now have Liquor Pay. The Alcoholic Licensing Control Board have also developed a system just for managing drinks control and management. Was it better than the systems before? Yes, by far. Before this, Nairobi had something by NBK called Nuveta that was not stable at all. It kept giving people the wrong invoices. It was not being maintained well. It was National Bank of Kenya collecting, and that was terminated. Before that, Nairobi had Jambo Pay. I think you know the stories around Jambo Pay that had come up at that time. You know, the company also possibly has evolved and is better now, because I see them providing services in wider places, including now airports and fueling and whatnot. And it's a company that I believe should be given a chance to grow. It's owned by a young man. I was with him at the University of Nairobi, Mushemi. But that time, you remember the challenges it had with Governor Kidero and Governor Sonko subsequently. So those are the systems that have been there before. It would be good for the Auditor General to do for us an analysis, a comparative analysis of all systems being used in Kenya. What interest we have, Chair, is the higher the revenue we can collect, the better, so that we can serve our people. I've told you the constraint I have with how much I'm able to collect every day. Sometimes when it's down, I almost want to beat people up because, you know, there's perishable revenue. If the system is down at 8 a.m. until 10 and someone does not pay parking, they will not pay your parking tomorrow. It is perishable.
So you have to go to Konza to find the person to beat? Or how do you beat them?
That was, you know, something called analogy.
Where would you find
it? Does not mean.
Let's give the substantive chair opportunity to go on record.
Okay.
And if you have any question, you ask. But yeah.
Okay, let me go on record first. My name is Moses Otieno Kajuang, Senator from Homa Bay. I'm the substantive chair, but today this session is going to be chaired by my vice chair up to the end. Vice chair and honorable members, Nairobi City County wrote a letter to the clerk seeking a postponement of today's meeting. And that is why some of us made other arrangements. But I'm happy that they have come, because if they would have failed to come today, then the Inspector General of Police would have had to find the governor again. So that explains why I had some scheduling conflicts, but it's good that the governor is here. We can prosecute the matters of Nairobi. If you allow me, I know the governor has referred to my advice in the past, and it has been my personal view that this ought to be the direction where ICT is looked at as a shared service across government, both national and county. Members, you remember the other day we were looking at Kilifi, which negotiated a revenue share deal of, was it 20 or 30%? 30% of revenue, and they were collecting 4 million from the county to pay salaries for the service providers. So it's a big mess. It's a big mess, which can be cured by looking at ICT and systems as a shared service. But the narration is nice, but in this committee, we look at compliance with the law. And Governor, having looked at your technical support framework for integrated county revenue management system, and going to page 6 of 9, which is headed finances, that is appendix 13.10, which you have referred to in your response. Appendix 13.10, on page 6 of 9 of that appendix. It's just before the placeholder for 14. Just the placeholder for 14, you have some signatures there. Go to page 6 of 9. Page 6 of 9, there is a clause there on finances, which says this framework will be funded under a government-to-government revenue share model. MIC and DE will consume a percentage of total revenue collected per month as negotiated and expended in accordance with the provisions of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, the Public Finance Management Act, and attendant regulations. So, Governor, I heard you say it was a G2G arrangement, but this particular clause makes it clear that it must still be subjected to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Would you be able to share with us that process in documentary form?
Yes, we'll share it. Chair, this transitioned into a contract. The public procurement and asset disposal recognizes government-to-government contracting, or even using what has passed in another government before to contract. It recognizes it. We made sure we followed the law. We had advice from PPRA very closely, because you know these are very sensitive area. This area, if you don't contract nicely, you have 30 people in court against it, other vendors who would have wanted to provide this service, because it is money guaranteed, Chair. So we'll be able to...
What was that other process? Because ideally you'd find the revenue share prescribed in an agreement like this. But this then directed you to follow the law to come up with a proper pricing model. Is there, could you describe to us that process?
I don't have it here, but it's a normal contracting process that includes negotiation to come up with the rate. If you want that process substantively, I would ask, but I don't have the from procurement.
Yeah, because members, you know, we were treated to some story here by my home county about a lease agreement, and we had a procurement person coming and telling us they didn't have BQs, etc. If this was subject to the public procurement laws, and we are looking at an expenditure of about, the auditor is putting it at what? Is it 450?
On the last revenue, 540.
540 million.
But based on what we want to collect, it can go up to...
Yeah, so it would be nice. I mean, as someone who understands this space, the software service agreement, ICT as a shared service, makes a lot of sense to me. But then there must be compliance with the law on procurement, and that must start from having a procurement plan, having a budget, because this is a significant amount that you just can't wake up and do, having a procurement professional doing a professional opinion at initiation or at the end of the process. That must be documented and that must be demonstrated. I don't know whether Auditor General, it's a question you have asked, and whether you've been satisfied that that particular clause on finances was done in accordance with the law.
Auditor, you know, we have auditor and we have a technical person there. Is that something you want to respond to? No.
Yeah, we can
yes,
bring
Governor?
the entire procurement of this as a standalone in a number of days.
Sorry, Chair. Though perhaps there could be someone in the team who has got that institutional memory, so that instead of telling you to bring a carton of documents, maybe there's someone who can give us an explanation that might reduce that need.
Yeah, I thought I had a gentleman through the chair that said something about revenue. The gentleman seated to the media personality. You introduce yourself as such.
Leave even that one. This is the receiver of revenue.
Oh yeah,
but
receiver of
the person
revenue.
I want to respond is the director of procurement, because we're talking about the procurement process, isn't it? So I will not want anyone to misrepresent the facts before this committee, because I really respect this committee. I have 100% respect.
But Chair, the Governor, they are speaking
I can't lie to you.
with your indulgence, Chair. All your officials are speaking through you, because you have taken the oath. So you don't have a trust in all of them that they'll give you faith.
And not everyone does. Here, there's a doctor. I can't ask about this.
Okay, because I had somebody with revenue reporting and what have you, and there's a weakness. Chair, can I propose this? Chair, since you had in our, when Senator Dulo was chairing briefing, the even IT person from the OAG, we had a lot of, why don't we propose this? That we do this issue as standalone, we do an IT audit and recommend a forensic, because this spending of 2.7 billion is a lot of cash. So we cannot close over.
You already asked for that.
We cannot close over an issue. I don't know why the governor is excited. Issue should be going down by now. Unless he's consuming something we don't know, because it's not covered. So, Chair, what I'm proposing is very simple.
That's you're out of order.
You know,
Senator, just withdraw.
But I've said he's consuming something we don't know. It's just to go on record and say what he's consuming, and we rest there. Anyway, I can't tell what, maybe water. So I replace with water. He's taking water.
I think we've had a good meeting so far. let's not trivialize our discussions in the
Yeah,
direction.
Senator Cherargei, we are on a very serious business, please.
Chair,
Just withdraw that
we
part.
are that is, I've already said he's taking water.
Okay.
Which other thing would I rephrase? So, Chair, what I'm
Governor,
proposing
just
is very,
relax.
very.
Governor, relax.
Is the
Senator
aspect.
Cherargei, ask your question, which is.
Yes, sir. That's why I'm saying this spending of 2.7 billion in 5-year contract. I've agreed with the governor. He has said he wants a standalone on this issue, and it's also my feeling that if we can do further detailed analysis of this matter, so that for the longest time I've been in this committee when he took over as the governor, this matter has recurred, and I think either the OAG are not getting him, or the governor is not making himself crystal clear. Because I can suspect, even when you look at the previous year matters, the same issues governor is still raising. So is there a way we can conclude this matter once and for all through in-depth analysis, together with the Senate, the OAG, and the governor, and then we keep a detailed report on the matter so that we...
Governor, you're saying something to the effect that already that is in the process?
Chair, in the last audit, you directed that the Auditor General does a system audit, which has been done. So I don't know which other system audit Senator Cherargei wants.
But
unless he's consuming something, which
Governor, I think we've had a very good meeting up to now.
No, there is no problem. I don't need to apologize on what I consume.
That was on a light note. I was just informing you, Chair. Sorry, I apologize. That already that was asked for. And maybe the Auditor General can...
Auditor, do we have a report to that effect on the same?
Because we have never seen it, and that's why it's reappeared.
Yes, yes. We need to know if that audit was done, the systems audit.
Okay, thank you, Chair. From the IT perspective, there was a request for the the system audit that had been requested. So
has it been done? Do you have a report?
We can only review back to the IT auditors.
Project a bit, don't project
for
a
the
bit.
current status of the system, but they had done a portion of it that was incorporated in last year's report.
Audit report?
Yeah, the
Last
previous year's report, the previous 2023-2024. Yeah.
You see, Chair.
Yes,
Chair,
Senator
where I'm seated, I don't think I want to hear about part of it, because if we have reason to believe what the governor is saying, and there is no reason to doubt him, that this is a system that goes beyond just collection of revenue. It gives you visibility to a lot more other things in the county government. And if he says then it's a government system, then my understanding of it is that other counties can also plug in. Yeah, can plug in. And you know, Chair, where I sit from Kitui, and I'm very sure you can say the same thing about Taita Taveta and other counties. There is a lot of leakage in revenue collection. The systems are brought, some of them just designed to pilferage funds from. If this system then is what the county government of Nairobi is saying it is, then there will be need for an engagement after the audit, an engagement between ourselves and the county government of Nairobi, and so that we can even authoritatively advise other county governments to acquire or go into whatever contract with the system and raise the funds that we keep fighting about here every day.
Chair, with the indulgence, just 30 seconds. I heard my sister here, the OAG, saying part of the system audit was incorporated in last year. I thought as a committee, we had requested an independent, because the OAG can do special audit, forensic audit, ID audit, the normal audit that we do. So, Chair, I thought you need now to be specific that we needed a standalone system audit so that we can put this rest to matter, because this matter has recurred in many financial years. And I thought, and then maybe if you had the OAG say they have, I don't know whether they were able to have full access to audit the system so that they can give us a report and then we rest the matter. Thank you,
So
Chair.
OAG is almost asking the same, that if the audit was done in the last financial year, 24-25, do you have a paragraph on the same, or we have a separate report?
So the request was not only on the system, it was going to other issues. So it was incorporated now part of that report for 23-24. But specifically for the system, no, we didn't have the request.
Okay.
Yeah.
Governor, what members are asking,
So,
and the
Governor, you
auditor-
can see I was
just, Senator Cherargei,
Through the chair.
ask for the mic.
Oh, sorry. with
I've
the
not given you the
indulgence.
mic, so put off your mic.
Okay.
Just put off your mic. Yeah. That we want to understand that the whole of that system, from procurement, and it's working. Now, if you have documents that you can give us in the matters to do with procurement, and as Senator Ombo is saying, if it is a very good system, then it's something you can propose to be replicated to all the other counties. That's why we are really dwelling on this, not to find fault, but to understand it and also propose it as defenders of devolution, because we want OSR for every county to go up. Yeah, that is the really thrust.
Chair, maybe if
Yes,
I can,
Senator Kajwang, then you can pick
make
all of them.
a comment that the governor could respond to. First of all, Auditor General, is this system capitalized in the assets of the county? Because software is an asset. Did you find it sitting there as an asset?
Thank you, Chair. We are in the process of transitioning. So yes, it is part of the capital, but now we transition. Within the 3 years now transition, we give the entities 3 years and they're able to prepare a comprehensive asset register.
No, Auditor, you know that applies to the other difficult to identify assets that have transitional challenges. But something like software,
It is in
licenses, is it captured as an asset?
Yes.
Governor, is it captured as an asset, and what is its value?
I have to check. I don't have that offered.
Yeah, because if it's capitalized on the side of Nairobi City County, then it's owned by Nairobi City County.
You're confusing us again. So if it is not owned by the Nairobi City County, how is it an asset of the county?
Remember, it can be owned by Nairobi City County, but hosted elsewhere. You know, Nairobi City County can rent a cloud, and I think that's a software as a service thing. You are renting a cloud provided by Konza ICT Authority, or are you renting the entire service? Are you? Is it a furnished apartment, or is it an apartment where you are coming in with your furniture?
No, Chair, he had made it clear that the ownership is with Konza, and that the only thing we own is a brand.
No, but if it's capitalized, then it's a different story.
Is it possible then, members, I propose that we look at the next paragraph in terms of response, that is underutilization of Nairobi County Tier 1 server room due to outsourced hosting of revenue system, to assist us to understand that.
Maybe I just make a comment before we go there.
Okay.
So we must establish whether this has been capitalized, and then using that analogy of an apartment furnished or unfurnished, because that's what software service model is. You rent space somewhere. You can rent space and bring in your software, or you can rent space with its own software and you pay, a higher lease. Then, Auditor, the other thing we must confirm: who receives this 4.5%? Is it the ICT Authority? Is it Konza? Because the parties in this agreement is the Ministry of ICT through the Information and Communication Technology Authority. So you must also give us that assurance through documentary evidence and trail of transactions. Who is receiving the 4.5? When Nairobi pays it, is it reflected in the books of ICT Authority? I think in my view, honourable members, for me there are only three things to question, which is the procurement process, the payment of the 4.5, who's receiving it, and confirmation of ownership. And that can be established by checking whether this software has been capitalized in the books of Nairobi, or capitalized in the book of ICT Authority, or capitalized in both, which will be a scam. Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
Governor, let's see how we approach that.
Let me clarify that. The contract, this technical framework was before the contract was entered into, the procurement process. The contract was then done between Konza and Nairobi County Government. And so Konza is the entity that is paid by the county. We pay them the 4.5 fees for management, hosting, and all of that. And let me just say this, even as much as it may not be warranted. Chair, I know how counties are struggling with revenue collection. And me as one person who's raised ours by 55% and know the potential, if I could show you what I can see here on my system, I'm sure no other governor has this. From development control to land use planning to management of many different things of compliance. Senator Wambua, you'll want it when you become a governor, because it gives you that oversight. It's not just a box for coins to come in when you're collecting revenue. It is much more holistic. And if I was to recommend it to colleagues, I would definitely recommend it.
Why are you not recommending it, Senator?
I have recommended, one of my colleagues has taken. Is it Nyandarua? Nyandarua County has taken it up. Because you see, all these private vendors, they come and say so much that they can do, but they end up not doing it. Ideally, all government procurement, revenue, including KRA, should be government systems that has that cross-cutting ability to benefit from data. Some data sets only belong to government. So yeah, I would recommend this as the best. If I was to start again, I would choose this one again and again. But that process that Senator has asked for, the procedures is something that we will be happy to.
Can you manage in 14 days?
Of course. I mean, it's something we did.
Yeah. In 14 days. But Muriuki, is it possible to track this 540 million to Konza?
Yes, Chairman, that if the committee requests that one, you can be able to
Can you do that for us?
Yes, we'll do, Chair.
Okay.
And remember, Chair, 540 is very little compared to how much revenue we want to raise.
It's 4.5%.
We're talking about 62.
Actually, it's 4.5%, and most
of whatever
vendors
you
are
collected.
Yes.
Yeah.
Members, just tie it in with the next one. Then you see how to progress. And utilization of Nairobi County Tier 1. Go through the response. Then you can also tie in your questions.
So again, Chair, this is part of the us not understanding what the system is. Chair, management adopted the SaaS model.
Sorry, Governor. Just do 9. That is a duplication of ERP software in Nairobi City County leading to wasteful expenditure. We did 9. 10. Sorry, I was not here during the briefing, so just do 10. Irregular engagement of Nairobi pay vendor. Yes.
So which one, Chair? Do I answer?
Yeah.
Which one?
The central law was here during the briefing. Just do irregular engagement of Nairobi pay vendor.
That is what I've just been explaining, Chair.
Yeah, I think we have covered even that, because you have requested on how you have
procurement process.
They have engaged the procurement process. The issues raised by Senator.
Now, and remember, I've given the history.
Perhaps, Chair, I can guide.
Yes,
what the
please.
people of Nairobi want to hear, Governor, is that we are not putting money in things that don't provide value. So perhaps you can deal with the Tier 1 server room. I have no idea what that is, why it costs 850 million, why the Auditor General is saying it's underutilized. Underutilization of Nairobi County Tier 1 server room due to outsourced hosting of revenue system. The auditor is saying we have put 850 million shillings into a server room that we don't use, Chair. So maybe
Governor, did you hear Senator Sifuna's?
No, I know that question.
Yes, please.
Which again is answered here. Let me go into the answer. I'll explain. So this is in relation to the SaaS model management adopted, because the county's Tier 1 server room, while structurally adequate just for the hosting, was not at the time fully configured or certified to support a mission-critical financial platform requiring high availability, redundant power and cooling, 24/7 monitoring, advanced cybersecurity controls, guaranteed uptime and scalable infrastructure capable of handling peak time revenue transactions. The county is working on redundancy upgrades, disaster recovery capability, intrusion detection systems, real-time threat monitoring, high-capacity bandwidth, and specialized system administration skills to safely host Nairobi Pay internally. The SaaS environment provided immediate access to these capabilities, including managed security, automated failover, continuous patching, real-time backup, and performance guarantees essential for uninterrupted revenue collection. I'm sure if you go to Konza, you can see the infrastructure there. Accordingly, the SaaS option was selected to mitigate operational risks, ensure service continuity, and support county revenue operations, while long-term plans for optimal utilization of the county's data center continue. Corrective measures undertaken is we initiated upgrades. Remember, this was done in 2017. A lot of the equipment was obsolete by the time we even get in there. Cybersecurity enhancements, including intrusion detection and real-time monitoring, have been initiated, and measures to improve internal hosting capacity for Nairobi were undertaken. In addition, a data center does not just host your revenue system. The data center hosts every IT-related, connectivity issue within the county, including our LAN connections, our email. There's so much that it hosts, more than just this software as a service. So that's the point. It's not necessarily underutilized, but we continue, upgrading it. Remember, from 2017 when it was launched to 2022, it was hardly, if at all, used. We found things that we had to be replacing. I've bought servers, I've bought new, what do you call those Dell things? Firewalls, that are required, but not just for this. You have ERP systems, you have, I can show you right now, I have a system that I can track any vehicle of the county, wherever it is right now, know who the driver is and switch it off if there's a problem. And I see all of them. All of those are hosted within that environment. So this was not, the data center was not for, it's not an exclusive place for revenue system. A revenue system is just one of the things within an IT environment that can be hosted at a data center.
Yeah, Chair, I think that is clear, Governor. The question is, the auditor is saying there's still capacity for us to host that system there, in addition to all the other systems. And maybe from their perspective, if we took away the hosting component, it would be cheaper and value for money. Is this tier 1 server room capable of that? That is all we need to do, to know. No, because it cost us 850 million, Governor.
It was done by the
same
World
question,
Bank.
then you can answer.
Yeah, sorry.
On the duty agreement, can Konza then allow you to host that server? And
I would not even ask them for it.
Yes.
It's a bad idea. When they need to change a firewall or to buy new equipment, because this equipment moves every 2-3 years, that would be a cost on us. Right now, with this arrangement, that is a cost on them to continue upgrading and maintaining, that hosting environment. And so I would use my data center for other things that do not require as much cyber security, as much, sensitivity as revenue collection. So I would not even ask them for it, unless, let me ask, it is the ICT guy, but just from what I've seen it costs, someone comes and shows you one thing like this, compare 20 million shillings, and you're like, that can do so much more.
Then the question
so
becomes,
that costs
Governor,
on them.
why do we keep putting money there if it is being underutilized?
It's used for other
Why
things.
do we keep putting money there?
In our data center?
Yes.
Our data center is used for many other things that are not as sensitive. It is still used. We still have to have the many needs that our data center serves. But the kind of cybersecurity and kind of, just as I've read out, level of maintenance and upgrades on this system. And remember I told you the cost of it being down just for 2 hours. If it's down for 5 hours, it costs me, there are days I collect 200 million. If it's down half a day, I've lost 100, And even hiring the people to keep running it, I would rather that comes as software as a service. That is, in fact, part of the cost-benefit analysis they'll show you is the cost of just the equipment. It is much more. It will take people years to recoup it.
Auditor, the query was on underutilization. That explanation that the governor is giving, do you think then it doesn't matter because they're doing other things with the server center, that they don't need to host Nairobi Pay in this server? Does that mitigate this query?
Thank you, Chair. That mitigates. The concern to begin with was there was no evidence that they had assessed the readiness of the support from that the server room, before now they moved they handed over the host to the Konza. So
No,
there
it
was
was
no
G to
evidence
G.
that it had been taken into consideration.
From the initial time, it was G to G. And that's why it was hosted by Konza. That's my understanding.
What he's saying
yes,
is that if an analysis of the capacity we have internally was taken into account during that conversation, maybe the hosting component would not have been given to Konza and it would have been cheaper for the people of Nairobi.
And my reading is, I don't know, maybe Governor, okay, Governor, let's see what you have to say about that.
I think I'll just explain for me, and maybe we should just bring the numbers. The cost-benefit analysis and the convention that the world is going to is that if I don't have to buy a pig to have breakfast for one sausage, you know, you can own the pig, keep producing sausages, I'll buy the sausage that I want. The service makes sense where it is, because I don't have to buy servers every 2-3 years. I don't have to keep buying equipment and laptops and whatnot.
Session Chair, we were together in the Parliament of South Africa when our counterpart committee was looking at the city of Ekurhuleni. Ekurhuleni is a metropolitan city, hived off Joburg, and it covers the area where OR Tambo is. And so it's a very, very rich city. I was with Senator Wambua and Senator Mwaruma. The city of Ekurhuleni lost 2 billion rands through a cybercrime incidents. And we sat through the hearings of the committee, and we had very interesting things. That insiders colluded with hackers, or hackers working with municipal insiders, infiltrated the city's billing system and manipulated property debt records, created fake invoices, issued fraudulent rates, clearance certificates. In fact, at the end of that session, the chair asked about the instant fines, because they make a lot of money from instant fines, these things that you are handing over to NTSA, but that's a conversation for another day. And the municipality said that it was a management decision to turn off instant fines. And Senator Wambua, you remember how that awkward that sounded. In total, the city lost 2 billion rands. 2 billion rands is easily 14 billion Kenya shillings as a result of compromised systems. Now, the reason why I bring this up is that Nairobi might want to host all these systems internally, but the question would be, what is their capacity? And that's why it's important for us to look at the results of a systems audit that focuses on security and controls. Because you don't want a situation where, fine, you've got this nice server room, but there's someone inside that server room who tells you, if you want me to clear your rates, nipe kitu kidogo, and then I can go into the system and do that. So for me, the greater concern should be to assure the people of Nairobi that whether it's hosted on a cloud at Konza or hosted on premise in your data center, that there are appropriate security controls, there is proper integrity to avoid the repetition of what we saw in Joburg. I say that just to illustrate that it's not theoretical. It is something that is happening. It's a big, big scandal in South Africa, even though I think, just like Kenya, they are used to big scandals. They've grown thick skins. So it can happen here if we do not take proactive measures, Chair.
Chair,
Okay, Governor.
Chair, the substantive chair has really affirmed my position. Keep it where the safety, the security, the focus, that's all they do. You know, as opposed to where you will not have the continuous upgrading and whatnot. And it's a service that you want. Yeah. The objective of the county is not to host, it is to get revenue and to get it in a safe way, efficient way, without downtime. So if they can provide that, of course it can be a matter of pride to say today we host, but even where the world is moving, they have less and less physical spaces for hosting. It's in the cloud, you know. So Chair, that is my position.
But just talked about it.
Yes, Senator
Governor, just confirm to us, in the contract, do you have a deal on the uptime for?
Yes, there's a service level agreement.
What's the percentage?
I don't know the contract of it, but is what, 99%? 99%.
99%.
Yeah.
and they're achieving it.
99%. For most part, we can come substantively on this matter and explain it. But I promise you, every county should use this system if they are really serious about revenue. Sure. But you see, the hesitation with some people is that hapa they hakuna deal, so come up kupangana. Why should I move into that one? So you stay with the vendor.
Yeah, I mean, Governor, from what you have said, where you're saying it's, you'd rather put your data on a cloud rather than on premise. Along the same lines, I think we all agree that it's better to keep your cash not under the mattress but in a bank. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You missed the substantive part. You just come. We even spoke about buckets.
Members, I think, okay, Nairobi Senator.
I'm waiting for you to call for AOB.
Okay. This horse can't be flogged further, but we've made progress, members, auditors. I think for all of us, we've made tremendous progress on this issue. The more we look at it, the more we discuss it, I keep also understanding it more and more. Let's go to closing remarks, and I would start with the Gov.
Let me just, with your permission, Chair.
Okay.
Yesterday the governor
was in closing or.
No, this is just as AOB because he's here.
Okay.
Yesterday the governor was before the finance committee, and I tried to raise this AOB, but because I was playing away, they decided to call it offside. But now that I am at home and this committee is what I don't want to go there. Governor, there is an issue that is current that I really wanted us to just, even if you don't have those answers now, you need to calm the anxiety of the people of Nairobi regarding this proposal that we hear that you wanted to borrow an amount of money, from a private bank, essentially to be able to complete development projects. And unfortunately today, because we have covered the receipt of revenue report, we didn't go into the main report so that we could see the sort of projects that are earmarked for that conversation. But just to calm the anxiety of the people, you need to explain just briefly the rationale for this decision, the legality of the decision, whether you have secured the necessary approvals from and guarantees from the national government, whether there have been engagements with the county assembly, for instance, on these issues, and just what assurance that once this thing goes through, here we talk about ring fencing of money for specific, purposes. What assurance we can get that, we're getting value for money. Number two, that the money will go to the projects that are earmarked. And number three, Governor, the general terms of that agreement, whether they are legal and whether the people of Nairobi can take comfort that the right thing is being done. Chair, that is the only issue I wanted to bring yesterday. I thought it would be ideal there. But if he can comment. If not, he can say.
Are you able to comment on that?
Ever ready. I'm always ready, Chair.
Go ahead.
Chair, allow me first to explain, as I have said when I started, the biggest challenge in this city has been that we have not set up the financing structures of a capital as should be. And that's why you always operate on huge deficit. And I was explaining, county that was collecting 8 is just astronomous. But that problem will never be solved until you unlock proper financing. Joburg, where you are, is listed, on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and collects so much more. Its value is bigger than South Africa in terms of brand, and so on and so forth. And so we keep exploring what options we have, even as we push, and I'm glad you're helping us, as we push our own source capacity. But we will explore all avenues through which we can be able to sort out outstanding liabilities, because now 119 was big, but it's come to 86 billion. So even as we want to sort those out, how we have a sustainable method of financing the capital, which is why I was very happy to run into the cooperation, because that injected to me another 80, billion worth of projects, not done necessarily by one entity, but worth of projects. 80B would take me 100 years of collecting parking, in town. So, Chair, it is a thought we've had. Now, the law, Senator Sifuna, makes it so difficult and convoluted process. Article 212 of the Constitution says that a county may borrow only if it gets 1, national government guarantee, and 2, approval of the county assembly. Then you go to the PFM, Public Finance Management Act. PFM, Section 140 of PFM, gives you the considerations. The CECM of Finance may raise a loan on behalf of the county executive, so long as it is in line with Article 212 of the Constitution that I've told you, and Section 58, again, of PFM. It must be part of your county fiscal strategy paper in terms of the projects you want to undertake, and the limit is set in the county debt management strategy paper. Yeah. Then when you go to 141, it again gives you other criteria. You look at 141 of PFM. About the limit being set, market value, that it must be the lowest possible cost in the market, consistent with the appropriate degree of risk, meaning you cannot single source any credit facility, because it must be the best market value out there. You must go to the market and to make sure the public debt level is sustainable. 142 talks about what counties do, all counties, the short-term borrowing that must be paid within a year, that people do for salary advance. Now, if you go to Section 58 is where our problems begin, Senator. Because Section 58 talks about the national government guarantee. That national government guarantee, one, the CS has been given procedures. In fact, Part 4 of PFM regulations, Regulation 177, breaks it down. It's like they don't want anyone to borrow. Capital project capacity to repay loan and interest, etc., the limit passed, and then he loads it onto the national government debt limit. And then he must go to National Assembly and come to the Senate for the guarantee. The loan guarantee to a county cannot be done without the Senate. So that's a procedure. Katiba, PFM 140, 141, 58, Part 14 regulations, Regulation 177, 76, and it's very convoluted. In fact, if we started the process today, we will not finish it in a year or so. So while we're considering many avenues, a lot of what you're hearing out there, my good Senator, is propaganda. If we make that proposal, it will have to come to this House. It will have to come to your budget committee.
So you are saying
the House will have to approve it.
In short, there is no such thing.
No.
Okay.
We've considered, but then again, the limitation of 20%. So you see, such a convoluted process will give you 6.9, which is 20% of voted revenue. I think we need, as Parliament and even the Senate, to look at how we can assist counties to do borrowing, because governments must borrow. The national government says, the president says, okay, I want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can collect 1, 2, 3. You borrow the rest. As is, how much can you collect, and then you cut your size. There's no deficit financing. Deficit financing is one part of Chapter 12 of the Constitution that I think we have failed to explore completely in the case of county governments. So Senator Sifuna, if we decide to explore that route, you will definitely know. But
so there is nothing.
Yeah, just leave it there.
They've considered high.
So how much did you want to borrow, just for my interest, and how did you want to pay it?
If I calculate,
or is securitizing also revenue, or is it?
No, what we wanted to do was to borrow 6.9, which was the 20% of the audited revenue, to target specific projects. When I got in, I found many stalled projects. Some we just need a 20 million or whatnot to move over, while still we are doing our projects. So it would be ring-fenced to those specific projects. But I'm seeing it is not worth it. Either not worth the amount, the effort, or the political process. So what I would rather do is what I've done this morning, that as we continue to do, is to get the debt collector to get me my 62 billion owed to me out there. That one does not need a national guarantee. It is our money. Instead of using, there's something called political capital. You'll expend so much political capital for so little. It's not worth it.
Okay, senators, do you want to, anybody wants to make a closing remark? Because then I will give the substantive chair opportunity to say something.
Yeah, I'll be very brief because today I'm just a member of the committee. I think while I was following the conversation online, Chair, it will be good for you to pronounce yourself that we have just dealt with revenue today. We have not dealt with expenditure. And I think it's on expenditure that there are great concerns, and we can agree on when the county governor shall appear to address the expenditure issue. The issue of borrowing, and I've heard you, Governor, talk about green bonds, municipal bonds, or infrastructure bonds. Like Laikipia did it. You were with us in the Senate. It came, and we know why it suffered. It was because of timing. And there was a lot of politics in it. Even though it was a very good idea, unfortunately, they started procuring before the bond was approved. So now we have serious spending bills arising out of it.
And how much did they get, Chair?
No, it was not approved. It was approved by the Senate. No, it was not even approved by the Senate because it was so close. It was so close to campaigns. And I remember the senator then said, the governor is looking for campaign financing. And that's how it died. So even you, if you are to bring it to Parliament now, trust me, politics will shoot it down. But if you did it earlier in your administration, I believe a municipal bond or a green bond that is ring-fenced and people can see where that money is going to. Maybe it's on BRT, maybe it's on traffic management and control. And Governor, I still insist that you guys as a COG, these things NTSA is doing of taking fines on your roads and in your jurisdiction without your involvement are things that you must address. If you made that part of your own source revenue, we would not be talking about 13 billion. But that can only work if you improve the transport, the traffic control management systems. And you can raise a bond for that if it's done at the right time. I hope that when you look at the expenditure side, there was a famous borrowing of 5 billion. That amount of that money that kept moving from one bank to the other. I think you were in the Senate when you were querying it. I hope it has been settled. Because the last time we checked, the interest payment on it exceeded what you're collecting from your markets around Nairobi. But we can deal with that later. Finally, Chairman, you and I, having been to South Africa, where we have borrowed a lot in terms of decentralization. Honorable members, I'm still convinced that I think it's Section 12.3 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, which says that the city-county shall be administered the same way as a county. So you've got the law that applies to Homa Bay and Tharaka Nithi is a law that applies to Nairobi. It won't work. It can't work. And it does not matter who's the governor, whether it's going to be Kajwang or Sifuna or Sakaja or anybody else. With the structure that you have in Nairobi, it won't work. And we have seen other jurisdictions, South Africa, which I keep referring to. And I think it's very close to ours. You know, they have a House of Provinces that is similar to our Senate, a National Assembly that is similar to ours, provinces, municipalities. You came up with boroughs, but boroughs was your creation for efficiency. You need to lobby us to find a way of amending the Urban Areas and Cities Act or coming up with a separate Nairobi City County Act that provides detailed, provisions like Kampala City. I think Kampala City Authority is established by an act of parliament. Please engage us on that so that you're not just engaging us when the police is chasing you. Engage us on these substantive things so that you can also leave a legacy in Nairobi that you are the one who reorganizes the structure in cooperation with the Senate, and that will guarantee success for anybody else who comes in next term or subsequent term, whether it's going to be 1 term or 2 term, whatever the case. But the structure as is designed to fail. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Sifuna, in closing, some of us have to really travel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will not take longer than a minute. I can appreciate the skepticism from the Senator for Homa Bay. I personally believe that if we had goodwill from the national government, devolution would actually work. Nairobi can work. It depends on the sort of support, because that same law that you cited has recognized the special needs of the city, and it just requires that there be special support from the national government, although not the way that you did it, Governor, following the law and the Constitution, So, and then of course the goodwill in terms of getting money to our devolved units, and not just money, but timely payments out to devolved units. If you follow the debate on the division of revenue, Governor, one of the things, the points that we were raising is that we are still using 2022-2023 audited accounts, and there's an extra 500 billion in terms of revenue growth from that time. If you apply 15% of that, it's over 60 billion Kenya shillings going to devolved units. Some of these problems can be sorted out. So lastly, Governor, I am relieved that you have put it on record, and please don't change the way that you changed this issue of ownership of the system, that you come back later and you tell me that you have agreed to take this loan, I think 6.9 billion shillings, you've said it yourself. It is just the anxiety that comes even with the timing, as the chair has said. These are some of the things probably you proposed in the first year of, because you came in and you found all those stalled projects from the previous administration. Maybe it would have gotten more support and people would not be thinking that you're looking for money for campaigns. So I think for me as the area senator, chair, we appreciate these conversations and we wish that they would be more regular. Because today we have only dealt with the ROR, chair, I want to request this committee that in the next few weeks, not longer than 3 weeks, I think the governor should be back here for us to be able to deal with the question of the projects and the executive. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, if I can know your mouth before the governor comes in, let me just borrow Smola's mouth.
Senator,
1 minute. Yes. Governor, this is food for thought for you. How is it that you collect parking fees in the city on your roads, on your parking bays? You have erected robots, street lights. And when a vehicle that was parked in your parking bay, when it overruns the robots, somebody else collects that fine. I mean, as the chair is saying, I think county governments also need to look the national government in the eye and tell them that some of these revenues that they are collecting from counties, those revenues belong to counties. Thank you.
Governor, briefly, already the vehicle for Senator for Kitui is facing Kitui. You, your domicile here. Let's see. In closing.
Thank you so much, Chair and colleagues. I call you colleagues because I was in the Senate, and I'm very proud of the time we had here and what we were able to achieve. I thank you for the time that we've spent looking at these issues. There are many things to be considered. If I start with the issue of financing, and it's true, South Africa has a similar structure of a unitary state, but with fiscal decentralization. And the mayor of Cape Town, a good friend of mine, is called Jordan Hill. In fact, I was trying to organize for you guys to meet him. He's a young man, I think 2 years younger than me. He's now the leader of the opposition party there, just like my brother here is also, you know. And, you know, there are a lot of similarities. But the creativity of structuring, financing, products for a capital city is extremely important and must be figured out. You know, no matter how you try it, until you figure that out. I've been with colleagues from across the world who, when I explain to them the predicament, how much we have versus the number of people we must have versus the number of staff we have. You know, when I say I have 19,000 staff, you think it's many. But that same Paris, I told you, of 2 million people has 53,000 because those are service areas. So I really like the idea by Senator Kajwang about looking at special legislation for posterity around the governance of the capital city. But then I also agree the goodwill and the nature in which the national government, and for me I've been fortunate to an extent, in terms of things I've been able to get done because of partnership with the national government, but it should not depend on the relationship of the day. It should not depend on that because I and the president and the same party, things will work. No, it must be something that is hardwired because this is a city that produces almost 30% of our GDP, for the whole country. And so we must look at it like that. The NTSA fines, I told Senator Kajwang that I'm waiting for them to put the infrastructure. Because if you go to Dubai, the whole of Dubai police and their salaries, equipment, vehicles, etc., are funded by the road fines completely. There's no other appropriation that are done to them. We did a study here on the 200 junctions that we're doing. Each junction will produce 1.5 billion in terms of fines, and it's small fines of seatbelt. You know, you've crossed 1,000 shillings, you've oversped or you've overlapped. So let them do the infrastructure, but we know our position on it. Because now they'll say, okay, let's not do it, you guys, mujifanye. So what we're very clear on is any infraction on, first of all, as a bare minimum, on county roads belong to counties. That I am extremely, extremely clear. We can debate now Kenha roads, national roads, which are very few, you know, that we can debate. But 70% of the road infrastructure in this country is county roads, you know, so really that should come to us. I think, Chair, I'll leave it at that. I'm always happy to come to this house, and let's look forward to our next engagement. Thank you so much for your time, all of you, Senator.
Let's end it here, members. We've looked at the ROR. We would have opportunity to look at the expenditure side. That is the executive report. As soon as possible. The Senator is proposing 3 weeks. Just find out when we can have opportunity to meet them. This meeting is adjourned.
Oh, but then on the issue of money for campaign, I'm looking, please, if you know people who can contribute, I'll be very happy. Thank you.
So you have a friend
We're
called,
adjourning until Monday at 9:30.
if we went to these people's houses, Governor, we can raise campaign money.
They have 60 million.